Daring Returnees Forum 2023. Yes, let me use this one first, right? Before I come back with this one to bully you a bit. So this is the brainchild of Chams Media in collaboration with Chams Adventures and powered by NCBA. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for these amazing individuals who decided it is time to come together and do something for the returnees, right? Now, kindly help me also appreciate our other sponsors who are in the building. Can we have a round of applause for Unity Homes? Can we have a round of applause for Front End, Hyso Properties, Safari Link, of course, Kenya Airways. Round of applause for Kenya Airways. And we also have Jumbo Jet in the building with us. Of course, we also have the Kenya Revenue Authority. Round of applause for Kenya Revenue Authority. We appreciate you. We see you as you see us. Tunajaribu. Tunajaribu. Okay. Round of applause for Phoenix Aviation, ladies and gentlemen. Solution Sacco. Solution Sacco. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Solution Sacco. We also have Pazurina Holiday Homes. Round of applause for Pazurina Holiday Homes. Round of applause for NSSF. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for NSSF. Pia tunawaona na tunashukuru mko hapa. Najua kuna watu wataongelea kidogo. So thank you so much. And last but not least, round of applause for Magical Kenya. Amazing, amazing. So, the stage is set. We are just about to begin. So, officially, allow me to request you to stand to your feet so that we can begin with a word of prayer. As you heard, I was met in Sitam Karen. So, let me stay true to our roots. Okay, let us believe. Our dear everlasting Father, King of all glory, we come to you today just thanking you for this session. We praise your holy name. We thank you for enabling us to have this session today, that we were able to come together and that we were able to do everything that you have equipped us to do. We pray that even as we begin deliberations, that they are going to be fruitful, and at the end of the day, all glory and honor goes to you. For this we pray, believing and trusting in Jesus' holy name. Amen. You may have your seats. Thank you. Now, for those who might have not heard, my name is Michael Zimanji. I am a journalist, I am a presenter, reporter, voiceover artist at Chams Media. So, wale watu wenye wanajua tu Chamwada, lakini hawajui ule mwenye nasema today on Daring Abroad. Now you know. Yes, it is so good to have each and every one of you here with us today. Today it is all about learning. It is all about hearing your experience. It is all about finding solutions to the challenges that we may have faced as returnees, as well as how we can work together to make sure that our impact is spread far and wide. But officially, we have to allow the main man of the day to come and say hello and kick things off. So, without taking any more time, I may not have spotted him, but I know he's here. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly put your hands together for Mr. Daring Abroad from a TV screen near you, Alex Chamwada.
Ladies and gentlemen, good day, good morning once again. Karibuni sana. This is to welcome you and say you are in the right place. And this is, I would say, one of its kind, an event that has never been organized. We are talking about returnees, and this is the first of its kind. Nobody has ever organized. So apart from the partners that we've seen, we want to take this opportunity to thank the State Department for Diaspora Affairs for partnering in this. But I think before we set the stage rolling, we have a video that now captures the essence of this event. So if we can listen to that short video, I think it's 3 minutes. Edison. This video gives you...
Over the years, Kenyan returnees have been actively engaged in revolutionizing various sectors of Kenya's economy in a way that goes beyond remittances. A classic example of this is Texas Cancer Center, founded by Dr. Catherine Nyongesa and Dr. Samson Wata. Pioneers in oncology and returnees from South Africa and Texas in the United States with a combined 36 years of medical experience.
As Texas Cancer as a facility, we have seen close to 30,000 cancer patients pass through our hands.
The two have massively impacted Kenya's healthcare industry as leaders in cancer research and treatment.
As an entrepreneur and maybe a pioneer in this oncology field, which was mainly dominated by men, I have seen that I have encouraged or inspired a lot of young women and men to come to the oncology field. And as we speak, being the first woman radiation oncologist in this field, now we have many, many more radiation oncologists.
On Matters Education, we have Professor Dominic Mwenja, a celebrated academician who, after 30-plus years of running learning institutions in the United States, decided to return to Kenya in 2014 to share his expertise to local institutions of learning as well as healthcare. His passion? Changing how we do agriculture by championing new ideas, top among them, hydroponic farming.
Once you are a university president, which is like a vice chancellor, there's nowhere else for you to go in academia. So then when I started coming back to this country, back in 2010, 2011, I started to realize that this country actually does need me in terms of the expertise that I've had, the exposure that I've had, and there are things that I can do that would open opportunities for others.
Still in Matters Hospitality, we have Steve Chumba. An accomplished hotelier, Steve has a time diaspora experience from managing hotels in Africa to far-off lands like the luxurious window gardens in Baku, Azerbaijan, hosting dignitaries and world leaders. After years abroad, Chumba is now back home, bringing much-needed insights on how to revolutionize the hospitality industry in Kenya as the operations and acting general manager at Nairobi Safari Club.
Getting an opportunity outside Africa is something that would raise, of course, my profile in terms of hospitality experience, and it gave me an opportunity to work in a different environment, different culture, different type of market, which is actually a place a little bit different from the market in Africa.
When it comes to media and entertainment, jazz industry is the shining star of the industry. Having lived in the United Kingdom, South Africa and Nigeria, jazz soon best to come back and help shape the industry. Besides being a driving force behind various major productions, jazz co-founded the Voice Actors Guild of Africa, a collaborative unity group of experienced and novice voice actors for Kenya and beyond, supporting and connecting them to opportunities beyond borders.
A lot of people think that just because I have an accent that I must be privileged or super rich or I can't quite possibly understand what's going on in Kenya, so I get a lot of, you're not Kenyan, yeah, but you're different. And I get a lot of invasive questions. where people try to demystify who I am instead of just accepting that I am a Kenyan, right?
It is clear Kenyan returnees are a silent but effective force behind the country's social, economic, and political growth. Thus, it is of utmost importance that their voices are not only heard, but well listened to.
Ting, 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 ting. Tuwapigie makofi. Wow, amazing. So, Ambassador Balozi Helen Gishui, MBS, Secretary, Diaspora Affairs and Diaspora Welfare and Partnerships. Karibu sana. Balozi Gishui is representing our guest of honor, PS State Department, Diaspora Affairs, Madam Rosaline Njogu, who tried her best to be with us here. She had traveled to New York, but she is well represented. I know protocol-wise, Balozi Gishui, you will say much more, but so that people know you, I think probably you could raise your hand or stand up. We clap for our guest of honor. Balozi and Wanjohi, who is in charge of liaison and partnership also at the State Department for Diaspora Affairs. Karibuni sana, simama wakone. Tumpigie makofi. Yes, we've done so much with the State Department for Diaspora Affairs. We have an MOU with the department, and we've journeyed together, you know, and we want to appreciate all the other officials and the state officers in this gathering today. Tyrus Mithiga, who is Group Director in charge of retail banking at NCBA Bank. Tumpigie makofi. Yes. All invitees, all our partners, Champs Media team, all protocols observed. So it gives me a pleasure to welcome you again to this auspicious occasion. This journey of talking to diasporians, so to speak, began early this year in Australia when we started organizing what we call Daring Abroad Investment Forums. So we were in 3 cities in Australia. We were in Perth City, we were in Adelaide, we went to Melbourne, we went to eventually to UK. We did 7 cities in the US and 3 cities in Canada, with the NCBA Bank being one of our valued, consistent partner. Let's clap for NCBA. Yeah, and as we talk diaspora, you know the value of a financial partner. So let me just take you through. I'll soon be inviting Mithiga to give his remarks, but to say the diaspora plays a key role in this country's economy, and Champs Media prides in being unparalleled when it comes to telling the story of the diaspora. And we decided, yes, they are there, but there are those who are bold enough to return, because it can be quite daring also to return, is it? Yeah, reverse culture shock and so on. So what's their role in economy, skills, and knowledge transfer? And this takes us to another level where we are discussing their contribution beyond remittances. And that's why we are here. And we will hear case studies. We'll hear personal stories of those who dared return. You've seen Catherine Nyongesa of Texas Cancer Center. You've heard about Dominic Mwenja, a professor. We have another one who is online, actually a couple. They are established along Kenya-Uganda border, where they have a hospital facility plus a water bottling plant and a restaurant. They've employed over 50 people. They'll be sharing their experiences from the medical sector also. So they'll be online, and I believe they are already following us. And this is also to welcome our online audience. So we are being watched from across the world. Clap for the online audience. Yes. Australia, I know in the US there are some who are still awake. You know, people work 24 hours there. Some are in bed. They'll be waking up maybe joining us after lunch. So we welcome all of them. I remember this event is being live streamed, so for those who didn't manage to make to this venue, at least there's an opportunity to listen in and contribute to this event. So before I proceed, if there are Champs Media guys near, just raise your hand wherever you are. Maybe mko kwa makona kona huko. I think nitawaleta baadaye mkisha settle. Tupigie makofi Champs Media. Yes. So without wasting much time, allow me to welcome Mr. Tyrus Midhiga to give us his remarks. Group Director, Retail Banking at NCBA Bank. Tumpigie makofi akikuja. Karibu sana. It's your turn to... Have you also dared abroad? Yeah, karibu basi.
Good morning. Ambassador Helen Geshohe, Secretary for Diaspora Affairs, Welfare and Partnership, Diaspora Welfare and Partnerships. Ambassador Ann, Director for Liaison and Partnerships. Alex, my friend, one of these days when I grow up, I'll have OGW and MBS next to my name. MDA and founder of Champs Media. Esteemed guests, my colleagues, I see Jackie and Mercy, our deputy directors responsible for this event. Rona, our head of diaspora banking. I see Rehab and Mercy, our head of group client services. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Tyrus Midhiga. I'm from NCBA, where I'm the group director responsible for retail banking, which is the part of the business that looks after our services to individuals, both in Kenya and elsewhere, our SMEs of all sizes, including what we call commercial services, commercial clients, which is the really big SMEs, and all our branch operations. I'm here on behalf of John Gashora, our group managing director, who's presently in New York for the UNGA forums, I think with Rosalind. So they are fraternizing over there. And who is also a returnee. I should start by saying, as Alex asked me, I am a returnee myself. Dared abroad for the first time 20 years ago. Wasn't too daring because I only went to Uganda. And then I went to Tanzania. And then I dared to come back. And then I dared to go back again to Tanzania. And then I came back again, so I'm 2 times a returnee. And then I got really bold and went to Singapore for 3 years. And then I returned again. So I think I've earned my chevrons to speak to you today as a returnee. I don't know how many of you have returned to Kenya 3 times. I have. And so I can totally relate to the conversation today. And I'll talk about why NCBA is particularly interested in this. Because having worked in the diaspora myself, banks in Kenya, many visited Texas and Jersey and Boston, and the needs of Kenyans in the diaspora from a banking perspective are fairly well understood. But when we started to think, how might one develop our proposition and what we want to achieve for this segment and this sector, we actually developed our proposition and our scope of coverage from the beginnings of your immigration. The services that people who are living Kenya need to go are very unique in and of themselves. And then we went into now banking you when you're where you are, but also, and very importantly and very relevant today, to when you come back, because the financial needs through that continuum are actually very different. At the core of it is banking, naturally. You want your money to be kept safe, finance when you need it, transfers when you need to do them. But the way you curate that experience is very important. Many of you here are our clients. Some faces I recognize, some people we've talked to, whether when we were abroad or not. And I do hope that in the course of our interactions today, you will begin to see that this is an area that we take seriously. I'm actually quite impressed, and apologies that I got a bit late, but to find the room this full just tells you that I think we're on to something. Chams Media, congratulations for also your first ever Returnees conference, but also that gives me a lot of confidence that creating forums where we talk to Kenyans that have lived and worked abroad and have come back is actually a very relevant conversation, looking at just the number of people that you're here. We do recognize, I personally went through it, that it can be challenging. When you're in Uganda, maybe not so much. When you start to go 5 time zones away, 8 time zones away, 12 time zones away, it starts to become a little bit more challenging. Some of you may be left when you're teenagers and you've come back adults with probably grandchildren already. It can be daunting, it can be challenging. Some left, never came back, have now come back, and you're starting to figure out whatever happened to Thika Road. When I was in Dallas a few months ago, my relatives, some of whom have never been back, were talking about traffic jams and potholes on Kenyan roads, and I said, we don't have those problems anymore in Kenya. And so I can totally relate to the experience when you come back. And it's very simple as, where do I live? The home I lived in 20 years ago has changed massively, and maybe that's not the home that I would want to live. Or how do I invest? Where do I start? And I want to just say from the beginning of my remarks that NCBA is here to help, and I will talk about NCBA in a little while. But let me talk about Kenya first. We pride ourselves to have one of the most stable financial sectors in Africa, often considered the most developed in sub-Saharan Africa, probably excluding South Africa, offering a wealth of opportunities and solutions for every need that any client would have. Kenya offers a dynamic environment where you can make significant impact and build a prosperous future. From the vibrant tech scene, thriving agribusiness, we've seen a video on that already, to the booming real estate market, renewable energy, there's immense potential and innovation for growth. For somebody who's traveled for maybe 30 years of my career, I'm kicking myself where I never thought I could start a business to deal with lost luggage. Congratulations, sir. Man, that is Kenya for you. Several key factors have contributed to our nation's thriving investment and financial sector landscape. I'll start with, and despite both recent and general challenges, a relative political stability. I think we take it for granted until you actually live, and some of you have lived in countries where political stability is not taken for as much for granted as we take it in Kenya. And yes, we do love complaining. I was in a meeting with a gentleman from the UK, and I was complaining, we are complaining right now that it is hot. And he was like, it's so pleasant. I said, yeah, we are very spoiled in Kenya. And this stability has fostered investor confidence across all our sectors, a growing middle class that is finding the opportunities to grow and thrive, which fuels demand for a wide range of goods and services and sustaining our economic growth. We enjoy a robust and very well developed regulatory and legal framework, and very importantly, an independent judiciary. A lot of people have commented on some of the recent political events we had, an election that was actually scrapped and repeated. If that is not independence and stability and institutions that are strong in themselves, that should really give you confidence that Kenya has an environment that is really maturing and assisting greatly in the establishment of a strong trading environment. Government of Kenya has also led with significant strides in infrastructure development. Probably when you left, whether that was 5 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, going to the airport was something you needed to plan for a week, which day, which route. Today you get on the expressway and you're there in 20 minutes. Those of you who live in central Kenya, going to Nyeri used to be a 4 or 5 hour journey, and if you're coming back on a Sunday, you probably needed to think, if I get stuck in traffic, where am I going to sleep? A lot of that has changed. And that infrastructure development in roads, railways, ports, energy projects have transformed our lived experience, our living experience, and make it easier to do business. Connectivity has improved due to innovation in fintech, mobile technology, digital services. M-Pesa is often celebrated for the innovation that our central bank, maybe about 10, 12, 15 years ago, embraced, that a simple SMS could have value to transfer from one point to another. Again, one of those things that we take for granted until you live in a country where cash is what you have to keep having. If I checked with most of you since you've returned how much money you're carrying around in your wallet, you actually don't. As long as you've got your phone, you can bank through your bank and through money transmission. Kenya's Vision 2020 economic blueprint, which established Konza, the technopolis city to the east of Nairobi, has been instrumental in starting to lay the groundwork for opportunities to grow. And you've seen Tatu City, and where Unity Homes, group friends of ours, operate from. There's Tilisi out in the west, and places like that are creating world-class, near world-class facilities for you to do business and establish your operations. The groundbreaking establishment of the State Department of Diaspora Affairs just with this administration, I think for me was really the crystallization of that Kenya takes diaspora affairs seriously. And I say that not just because Ambassador Helen is here, but you know, we've talked for many years about diaspora is a really important, so how come there wasn't an institution in government to pay attention to those affairs in the past? These initiatives have spurred the growth of remittances, the lived experience of our immigrants in the countries where they go, because now we are paying attention to how they live. When I lived in Singapore, for example, domestic help was generally sourced from Philippines. And there was a whole department in Philippines that actually paid attention to the lived experience for maids. There were rules about medical care and leave and how they travel. The Kenya Airways of there, called Philippine Airlines, even had a special luggage allowance. Kenya Airways, I think, are in the room. Please listen to this carefully. To allow them extra luggage unpaid for because you're returning home, because you had beds and mattresses, and maybe you do need not to leave them where you're going because you're going back. And things like that are perhaps opportunities for us to continue improving the lived experience for immigrants. And it has further enabled the development of business opportunities, farming, service industry. I've talked about luggage a moment ago, construction, technology, co-working spaces, and what have you. We've seen global giants like Microsoft and Visa establish innovation hubs here. Google launched their first African Development Center in Nairobi. Amazon Web Services announced cloud infrastructure in 2022 for Kenyan businesses. And this also enables you to, if you're imagining your business and you want to establish it, it will be on the same standards that you're used to wherever it is that you're coming from. And I can't fail to mention the massive talent transfer. 20 years ago, we were talking about brain drain. Now we are talking about, I don't know what the opposite of brain drain is. Brain growth, maybe talent growth. Reverse brain drain. Brain gain, yes, exactly. Because we've all lived and worked in first world markets usually. Some of you in tougher environments. And when you come back to Kenya, that talent, that skill set that you've generated really shifts the perspectives that a lot of Kenyans have. Because if you've lived in, let's say, Somalia, for example, and then you come here and you hear Kenyans talking about troubles, you say, you've not seen trouble, my friend. I know how to do business in that, and that's so empowering. If you've lived in Australia or Europe or North America, the practices in corporates and governance and innovation are transferring back, and I think it's really benefiting. As I said, the financial sector in Kenya is strong and very well regulated. Many questions I've had, and I hope now that you've returned, you've started to see that is the truth. Is my money safe when I bank in Kenya? Which are the safe banks? And I say, banks in Kenya are generally safe. We've got a central bank that is very diligent in ensuring the stability both of the currency and of the sector to make sure that you can bank with confidence and do business with confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Kenya workforce continues to expand, there's a corresponding rise in demand for startups and employment opportunities. Employment is a major concern and challenge that continues to endure in this market. This surge creates a fertile environment for innovation and entrepreneurship, making Kenya an ideal location for new ventures and job creation. The growing labor force is both a driver and a beneficiary of this economic dynamism. Having lived and traveled a lot around Africa in my career, that you can speak English from the plane, if you're on Kenya Airways, to the person helping you with your luggage, to the taxi driver, to the security guard in the apartment that you're living in, is often taken for granted in Africa. It's often taken for granted. You just need to cross a few borders here. I'm not going to mention them in case there's some around here. But then, one of my favorite things to do in Tanzania when I was stopped by a policeman is to pretend I couldn't speak English. I couldn't speak Kiswahili and I would speak English only, and he would not figure out how to ask me to do something in English, and I would get away with it. We take it for granted, the education sector that develops a deep talent, quality and caliber in Kenya. Banks like NCBA, as I've said, have played a crucial role in facilitating remittances for Kenyans living abroad. Through our robust digital platforms and partnerships with remittance companies, we made it easier for you to do so. But more importantly, the strength also, and as I speak about NCBA, we stand as the 4th largest bank in Kenya by assets. In a good quarter, we are 3rd. I always like saying that because then people start doing the math. Okay, so who are you actually bigger than? So you do the math. 3rd, 4th largest bank in Kenya. We operate in 5 markets in Africa: Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, as well as Cote d'Ivoire, and looking at a couple of other markets to expand into, both through our digital banking services, which by far are the largest in Africa, through our partnership with Safaricom, through M-Shwari and Fuliza. We've tailored investment advisory services because we are a full banking institution that owns, as I said, the largest digital banking fintech in Africa, maybe even in the world, but let me just stick to Africa for now. An investment bank, an insurance company. We recently acquired AIG a couple of months ago. In insurance intermediary, largest asset finance, whatever it is, NCBA sits as a very competent partner. And so if you've been uncertain with your banking experience so far, I would invite you to speak with our team. We've got a desk at the corner, and we'll be very glad to see how it is that we can work and partner together. By doing so, we've helped Kenyans abroad maintain strong connections with their homeland, but also empowered them to participate actively in the country's economic development. As I conclude my brief remarks this morning, I want to just encourage you that Kenya is at the forefront of opportunity driven by a young, dynamic workforce, a thriving tech and banking financial sector, thriving tech ecosystem, an innovative and supportive financial sector. As a nation, we've made significant strides in creating an environment where businesses can flourish and where Kenyans, whether at home or abroad, can contribute to the benefit of our economic growth. As we look to the future, I invite you to be part of this exciting journey. I think you're part of it already. For support, feel free to reach us. As I said, we've got a desk here. 100 branches across Kenya by the end of this year, which means wherever you are trading or looking to establish yourself, we probably are not too far away from you, where we've allocated dedicated relationship managers and investment advisors who will walk you through the many options that we have. Together, let's build a prosperous future where every Kenyan, including all our returnees, can have the confidence that they have the opportunity to thrive. In NCBA, we say, let's go for it, tuende mbele. Thank you so much for inviting me and for listening to me. And congratulations again on daring to come back. And just leave knowing you have a partner in NCBA that is very willing and capable to support you. Asanteni sana.
Haya makofi hatoshi, tumpigie makofi tena. And to crown it all, we'll be playing a video that captures how NCBA can partner with you in relation to what Tyrus has told us. And this is a good occasion to hear about Twende Mbele, an NCBA Bank's brand thematic campaign. And its objective is to celebrate Kenyans and our achievements as a nation as the bank showcases its financial solutions, therefore cementing its commitment to inspire greatness to all that they serve as outlined in this brand promise. So let's hear the video.
Kote nchini matumaini, tujitahidi, tujivunie, tuendelee.
Kenya, twende mbele. NCBA, go for it.
Great. Let's go for it. There's more. Okay. Is that more or a loop? We go for it? Oh, okay. It's a repeat. I appreciate all journalists here who've also dared abroad. Kama we ni journalist kama mimi, inua mkono. Yes. Let's clap for Odhiambo Olale. And plus the daughters also dared abroad. Ako wapi? Nikumbushe jina? Terry. Clap for Terry. And both are authors. You'll network with people. I think their books are there. Karibuni sana. So it's to appreciate talent and skills and knowledge transfer. And let me tell you, most of our vice chancellors and people in academia have had it outside there and brought the skills back home. Just in the last 1 week, I've interacted with so many vice chancellors. If you watched my story on Consa Smart City, I interacted with the Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Kenya, Professor Omwenga, Professor Hamasi, the Vice Chancellor of Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, KAIST, which is the anchor tenant of Consa Smart City. I interacted with the Chair of the Council of the University of Daystar, Professor George Njoroge. He's here. Simama George, tumpige makofi. The Vice Chancellor of USIU, this week I met him, Professor Ntaragwi. Also, the Vice Chancellor of Riara University, Robert Gateru. And I think Daystar is, Riara is represented here. I don't know if, yeah, karibu sana. Thank you for coming. So before I invite our guest of honor, allow me to play a clip that was produced Maju about one of our scholars here, Professor George Njoroge. And the clip will tell you a little more, but let me tell you what you don't know about him. He's in the medical field, a scientist who was honored in the US, and he's helping establish a factory that will be manufacturing new medicine in Naivasha, right? Tumpigie makofi. Skills and knowledge transfer beyond remittances. So let's have that clip before we invite the guest of honor. Kama iko tayari.
Born and raised in Kenya, Dr. Njoroge was first introduced to the intriguing world of medicine by his grandmother, who was an herbal medicinal doctor. He went on to the University of Nairobi, where he graduated with first-class honors and a degree in chemistry. He proceeded to obtain master's and doctorate degrees in organic chemistry from Case Western University in the U.S. in 1985. Since then, Dr. Njoroge has made a career as one of the scientific world's leading researchers and pioneers, particularly in the fields of infectious diseases and oncology. He has published over 120 research papers and has been awarded over 100 patents, the first African researcher to do so. He has held various leadership positions at America's leading pharmaceutical companies, from Schering-Plough to Merck to Lilly. It was while serving as director in the Department of Medicinal Chemistry at Merck Research that Dr. Njoroge made his most far-reaching research breakthrough, leading a team that discovered and brought to market a radical new medication for treating hepatitis C, a disease that infects over 3 million people in the U.S. and between 130 to 170 million people worldwide. It was for this and his other contributions to our understanding of the chemical world that Dr. Njoroge was inducted into the Scientific Hall of Fame by the American Chemical Society, the world's largest scientific society. Dr. Njoroge is a living demonstration of the reality that Africa possesses the raw intellectual material to, if properly harnessed, compete in the fields of scientific achievement. As a pioneer, he has stamped his name in history books and has blazed a path that will only lead to more groundbreaking discoveries in future generations.
Aya, makofi kwa simama wakuone, Prof. Ndio huyo. I'm remembering the buzzwords. He stamped his legacy in the history books. He's a living testimony of, I know those are big words, and it just shows amazing, and that, and the pronunciation, Njoroge, ungewambia Njoroge, Njoroge. Let's clap for Njoroge, Prof. Our followers online, thank you for joining us, and those online and those who are physically here, please help promote this event. Take a photo, share to a friend, and remember our hashtag is Daring Returnees. So use the hashtag Daring Returnees. There is something for those who will have shared the most. We'll get to know how, but that hashtag will tell us. So share, and tell a friend. I think if we've been sharing the link on our social media platforms, you can get the link for online participation. That is the Zoom link. You can share to a friend. And also, to just let you know, there are some return air tickets that will be won. So stick around. You could just get your December holiday, spiced up early. We have some contribution from airlines there. We want to appreciate them. So kuna mazuri. Moja hata itakupeleka maju. Kuna tiketi moja itakupeleka maju. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our guest of honor, Ambassador Helen Gishui. Karibu sana. Tumpige makofi.
Good morning. Hamjambo. We were told we shouldn't be ashamed of speaking Swahili, but my Kiswahili, as much as I got a 3 in O levels, that tells you about how old I am. I am not very confident speaking Swahili throughout this morning. So you'll please allow me to lapse to the language. Hata sikuwa nimeongea kidogo, naijua kiasi, Swahili sanifu, methali, etc. etc. Champs Media founder and CEO, Mr. Alex Chamwada, Mr. Tyrus Mwithiga, the Group Director, Retail Banking at NCBA, the partners present. I'm excited to see NSSF and KRA are here because those are the people that the diaspora are very interested in. They were much more interested in them before we came into being. So it's nice to have them here. Wakurugenzi, diaspora returnees, all virtual participants, hello. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. I extend warm greetings on behalf of Madame Roslyn Jogu, the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Diaspora Affairs. As you had already been informed, she would have loved to join us today, but due to pressing duties, she could not be here. I think this is one event that she really, really wanted to attend because this is something that we have dreamt of doing, but we have not been able to do it yet. And therefore, the State Department for Diaspora Affairs appreciates the contributions of Mr. Chamwada, the founder of Champs Media. He has played a pivotal role in connecting with the diaspora worldwide and sharing their remarkable journeys and achievements, including some of you who are here. It is a privilege to be part of this forum, which I believe marks the beginning of many more to come. Congratulations, Mr. Chamwada. We eagerly anticipate a fruitful experience that will enhance our policies regarding diaspora returnees. I don't know if I qualify to be a returnee, but I was in South Africa for 4.5 years as the deputy head of mission. I don't know if being a civil servant disqualifies us from being returnees, but it was a very interesting experience there. Mr. Gashora, who is the CEO of NCBA, we were with him in South Africa when we were trying to build the diaspora associations then, and he was playing a very critical role in bringing together the diaspora for us to be able to have some semblance of development projects then, even then. But I've also served in UNESCO as Ambassador, Deputy Head of Mission. I was the Chargé d'Affaires in France, accredited to Portugal, Serbia, Holy See, and Monaco before I came back last year. It's almost exactly a year since I came back. So I am a returnee of sorts. Having returned, I have not established any business. Can you imagine? I feel a little bit woishe. When I heard the stories that were being told, it was almost like those of us who've returned and not made anything out of the experiences that we had out there. It's almost like we wasted that experience, you know? So why did we go if we couldn't bring back anything back home apart from our being civil servants? International migration has played a crucial role in shaping modern civilization. We celebrate your courageous decision to return home and reintegrate into Kenya's systems. Each of you brings unique value gained through experience and enormous achievements which will undoubtedly enrich our nation in many, many ways. Karibuni nyumbani. The State Department for Diaspora Affairs was established by the current administration in recognition of the immense value of our beloved brothers and sisters in the diaspora. Although we are just 21 months old, we are making strides, we are learning, we are adapting, and definitely committed to our mission. Many have inquired about the specific functions of the State Department. Our role encompasses supporting diaspora engagement, facilitating communication between citizens abroad and their government, and promoting initiatives that harness the talents and resources of our diaspora community for national development. So many people ask, what exactly do we do? Because what I have just said, it's a political statement, but what exactly do we do? So we have, what happened to our banner? We had a banner somewhere here, which was speaking about what we do. It had our mandate. We have a 9-point mandate. The first one is to champion the rights and promotion of the welfare and interests of Kenyans abroad. We heard the complaints by the diaspora that we were only interested in remittances. It is true, we are very interested in remittances. But that is not all that we are interested in, because the diaspora is much more than remittances. As what we are learning today, what we are speaking about today, they are much, much more than just the remittances. There is the issue of the welfare. We believe that if we are able to cater for the welfare of the diaspora where they are, then they are able to even look at us more favorably as a government and say, Labda, maybe I can do something that will support the communities where they come from. And so we've been able to take what we call the mobile consular services to the diaspora. What do we do in these services? We carry along the ID people, we carry along immigration people, so we are able to give out IDs, we are able to do birth certificates, we're able to do death certificates. For those who are married abroad, we are able to have them get their marriage certificates as well as have them regain their citizenship. You will recall that a lot of the diaspora left during some political events and they did not want to be associated with Kenya in any respect whatsoever. We have been trying to tell them we are not very bad people. We are trying our level best. And in the efforts of telling them we are not very bad people, we have taken services there and we have been able to serve over 13,000 in the last 1 year that we have implemented the mobile consular services. We promote continuous dialogue with the Kenyans abroad. What kind of dialogue? The Kenyans have been able to tell us exactly what they need. And I will let you know that to be able, as a response to some of the proposals that we have, we now have a 24-hour call center. This call center is catering for the diaspora, for them to when they have especially psychosocial needs. We recognize that a lot of the diaspora are not familiar with winter and how brutal it can be. They are not familiar with not having githeri, you know? They are not familiar with missing ugali, of all the things, and sukuma wiki. So when they go out there, it is dark. There is no githeri to comfort yourself. There is nobody speaking Kiswahili. They feel depressed. And we've also noticed that a lot of incidents happen during winters. That's when we have Kenyans, you know, having issues, you know, the kind of issues we have. And then we are trying to help them manage the cold, manage the loneliness by having a call center where they can call and speak to somebody and say, I want to speak to somebody in Kikuyu. Then somebody who speaks Kikuyu is put on the line and they're able to just have that connection with home. Because that connection, we realize, is very important. Some of them are in places where they are by themselves. There is nobody else. So when we talk about welfare, it is the holistic welfare of the diaspora. In liaison with other stakeholders, we promote the participation of Kenyan diaspora in the democratic processes. This is an ongoing conversation. We had the IEBC conduct elections in some of the areas where you are, where the diaspora are. And the turnout wasn't fantastic, but it was a beginning. So we are trying to find out why didn't we have the kind of turnout we had anticipated? What can we do better such that then the diaspora feel they want to participate in this democratic process? It's their democratic right to be able to vote. It's their democratic right to be able to choose. One of the issues they told us is that because they're only allowed to choose the president, they want to be able to choose the MP, they want to be able to choose the governors, and so they come back home to be able to do that. So this is an ongoing conversation to see how can we respond to some of the needs that they want. We support Kenyans in the diaspora in harnessing more opportunities for employment and enterprise development. We have been bashed quite a little bit for this one because we are looking for jobs for our youth abroad. We do recognize that we are not growing as fast as we can to absorb the numbers that are graduating every year. And subsequently, one of our mandates, together with the State Department for Labor, is to look for jobs abroad. So we look for places where the diaspora are. We have had great partnerships with the diaspora where we are able to get jobs and be able to take our Kenyans there. So we know that really, ideally, it is not the government's role to look for jobs. It is the government's role to create a conducive environment where jobs are created. But we do have a crisis at hand. So should we just sit back and not address that crisis? Or should we do what we can, the little we can, to make sure that some of our people get the jobs abroad, which are available anyway? So why not take advantage of them? Why not use government to open these pathways for the Kenyans to be able to then find their way there? So I know we get a bit of backlash on that one, but we feel that those who are actually going out are very happy with the going out. The people who are complaining, most of them already have jobs. The ones who don't have jobs are quite happy to look for the jobs. Of course, we are not just looking at jobs abroad. First and foremost, it's creating jobs in Kenya. Secondly, it's creating online jobs. And third, the third option is to look for jobs abroad. And that is where we actually work with the diaspora, both digital jobs and to get jobs abroad. We develop incentive framework for diaspora remittances. We recognize that the cost of remittances is very, very high. The SDG on the cost of remittances, the universal accepted, is 3%. In some of the East African countries, it's as high as 27% of what it is that you're sending. This discourages diaspora from looking at different ways of investing, because for you to invest, you need to remit your funds. If 27% of it is going towards the cost of remitting it, then you'd rather hold on to it and look for something else. So we are having a robust conversation, not just within the East African community, but also within the African community, to see how best we can bring down the cost of remittances such that the diaspora are then able to have the benefits of sending the money. We harness diaspora savings, facilitate foreign direct investments and technology transfer. And I am excited, the Texas Cancer Center are here. We are happy. I'm not sure if the Pearson View Center is here. We are excited about the professor building that big thing in Naivasha. I think I want to have a conversation about that, because this is something we really wanted to have somebody come and do that. A lot of people are afraid to start, and we are willing to support as much as we can as a government to be able to make sure that your investments, the initiatives you have taken are actually succeeding. It is not in our interest for them not to succeed. It is in our interest to assist and to promote you such that what you're doing succeeds. Another one in liaison with the Ministry of Labor is to implement the global labor strategy, which I've already alluded to, and also to secure the placement of Kenyans abroad. Last but not least is to mainstream the Kenyan diaspora into the national development process. I want to congratulate you because you've taken the initiative all by yourself to mainstream the development process and to go out and look at where you can tap in. I'm very interested in listening to all the stories, because who would have ever imagined there's somebody who picks your bag from home? Who would have ever imagined you just come out and you leave your tags, your luggage tags, zitakufuata nyumbani. If you have a meeting, you're not worried, because the longer you stay, the queue is growing outside, because KRA, they are waiting to see your bags, to open your bags, and they are threatening to charge you $500 for whatever you bring in, you know. So all those things, they worry people. They do worry people. So look at this initiative of somebody coming up with that. So I'm really interested in hearing what everybody in this room is doing, because I think it's fantastic, the kind of thought process that Kenyans have. In the process of doing this, we have our bottom-up house there. We protect. We believe that at the very base is the protection of the Kenyans. And then we engage the Kenyans, and we empower them, and they're able to prosper at the apex of the house. So that is our idea of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Okay. Over the past 21 months of our existence, we have made significant strides and achieved numerous milestones, including repatriation of distressed citizens, including unfortunate events where some of our brothers and sisters who have fallen into hard times have passed on, and there's been nobody to bring them back home. We have been able to convince the parliament to give us funds to be able to repatriate some of our dead brothers and sisters back home. But more importantly, the distressed ones, the ones who are very sick, the ones who need to come back home for one reason or the other, we've been able to bring quite a number of them back home. More than 300, I think. Evacuation of efforts, we've had conflict areas and we've been able to evacuate quite a large number from the conflict areas, including Lebanon, which is ongoing. Mobile consular services, I've alluded to that. So to be able to actualize our Kazi Maju program, we have job fairs, which we are doing in the counties. And we've had very many young people come, and we want you to partner with us, such that when we come to your county, you're also able to have a conversation with the young people in terms of what is to be expected when they go out abroad. Sometimes our expectations are much larger than what is the reality. And so voices from those who have lived abroad are very important for us. If you're interested in partnering with us in this respect, please talk to any one of our colleagues. At the end, I'll make them stand up so you know where they are, and then we are able to get your details and we are able to collaborate with you, because it is in our interest to collaborate with you. We've been able to have our Kenya diaspora policy. This was developed through a very vibrant process. We engaged with the diaspora. I hope some of you were able to engage with the document and gave proposals, and we were able to come up with a document. We are waiting for Parliament to approve of it before we launch it. On the mental health action plan, I think I've already alluded to some of what we are doing, but we do have a mental health action plan. And to be able to assist some of our colleagues abroad, our Kenyans abroad, we are trying to map out where the counselors are globally. So in the event that you know where some of the counselors are, please assist us, because we want to know where they are. Some cases, we are not able, they are unable to get funds to go for the help that they need. So we are looking for Kenyans who would be happy to give us pro bono services, such that then the Kenyans who so desperately need these services are able to reach out and they get it from fellow Kenyans. They feel a bit more at home because there are Kenyans who are willing to do it. Some have already started doing it, and we'd be happy to hear from you to help us. Our strategic plan is ready. We're in the process of getting together the launch this Monday, and we warmly welcome you. It will be at the Kenya School of Government, Lower Kabete, at 11 a.m. If you're there at about 10:45, that would be fantastic. Come and hear what it is that we are envisioning for the next 4 years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, the State Department for Diaspora Affairs is committed to championing your protection and the rights of the diaspora. We also acknowledge the great contribution that the diaspora has made towards the country's social economic development. For instance, on the very famous remittances, it is now the highest for Exana. We do not want to assume that it is going to be like that forever. We want to be able to encourage the Kenyans to be able to remit their funds, and that is why we're even talking about the cost of remittances. Through transfer of knowledge and skills, we call it brain sharing as the State Department for Diaspora Affairs, because when you go out there, you're sharing what you have, and when you come back, you're sharing what you've learned from out there. So it is brain sharing. The establishment of the Texas Cancer Center, the Pearson View, the factory we are hearing about, and there are so many others. It's giving an advantage to the Kenyans. We also have diaspora who are engaging in philanthropic activities. If you are engaging in philanthropic activities, or you know those who are, we want to partner with them, because some of them want to bring medical equipment to Kenya, for example, because they want to do a medical camp, and then they have not spoken with the Ministry of Health, and then they are stuck at the airport because they cannot bring in their goods. So if we know in advance this is what you wish to do through your philanthropic exercise, we can be able to help you speak to the relevant offices, such that then you have a more seamless experience in the philanthropic exercise. We of course acknowledge that reintegration has many challenges, and perhaps as a State Department, we have not yet put in place mikakatis to ensure every returnee feels welcome and that their contribution is channeled where it is needed the most. The State Department for Diaspora Affairs assures you that any necessary support that would smoothen the process, knocking on every door to ensure you find what you need, including counseling, because we recognize some of our processes, our potholes can be very big and you need to be counseled after you've lost your shocks when you've hit those potholes. we are alive to the culture shock that sometimes hits us when we come back home, especially after a long time abroad. The government is also alive to the challenges faced by the diaspora importing their social benefits. This is one area that we're engaging aggressively. Some of you have come back. I was having a conversation with someone and I was asking, how did you port your social benefits? Were you able to port your pensions? Where you are, was the country allowing you to have your pension transferred back to Kenya such that then you're able to draw your pensions? So we are having conversations on how best to help the returnees, including that conversation. We are encouraging the diaspora to secure their retirement plans back home through the Haba Haba. NSSF has come up with a program for the returnees, and we're excited to see that they're here. They will probably explain about the product that they have. We therefore thank you for the investments that you have made so far and urge you to use the networks that you created in your host countries to encourage foreign investors, as this will also help us tackle the unemployment in the country. We also encourage you to use the knowledge that you have from your former host countries to open up trade routes for Kenya goods and services abroad. We welcome you as a strategic partner as we continue to secure placement of Kenyans abroad, which is one of our initiatives under the Global Labor Migration Strategy. We call it the Kazi Maju. The State Department for Diaspora Affairs also welcomes the stakeholders present here today to partner with us to the advantage of the diaspora and the other returnees or the potential returnees. Together, through these initiatives targeted at Kenyan diaspora community, we will not only enhance the well-being, but also point them to global opportunities. So we encourage you to follow SDDA's social media handles at diaspora_KE. I was looking because we normally have a poster which has our handle, but it's very simple. It's at diaspora_KE to get notified of our activities and engagements. We wish to interact with you, and because I would wish for you to know who my colleagues here are, kindly stand up, colleagues from SDDA. We are scattered in several tables. So please, if you would wish to have a conversation, if you have a question, engage with us such that we are able to respond to the questions that you have. Thank you. Once again, thank you so much, Mr. Chamwada, for this forum, and the returnees. Karibuni home. Thank you very much.
You know, Balozi has also dared abroad. Hakusema tumpigie makofi. Yeah, she served in various missions across the world, and now she's back giving her skills here. In the afternoon session, panel discussion, we'll also hear quite a lot from Balozis who went and came back. The executive director of the Institute of Policy Analysis, Ambassador Boaz Kidiga Mbaya, will be here among our panelists. Our chief guest will also be in the panel discussion. So we are building up towards the real meat that will come. So this allows me to, we take a short break, and I think we are not doing too badly. We started late. We have 10 minutes, I think. I think we can get tea real quick. Wazungu sema real quick. Real quick. I think mnaweza hata chukua mkuje tumalizie hapa. But if that slide of the panelists is ready, I just want to tease so that to show you who will be on the panel discussion. That is okay. Let me review. The panel discussion is at 2, so I was just holding you because our Balozi will still be at 2. But before then, after this break, I don't know if I'm confusing you, immediately first will be presentations on personal experiences. But some of those who will be in the presentations, personal experiences, will be in this panel discussion. So are we clear? First, presentations after tea break. Then we'll have lunch, and I think you'll be really looking forward to this. So stay around. And as I said, return air tickets, sijui nini, usikose hiyo. You could get a ticket for your holiday. So, Michael, what's the protocol? Chaiko, kule mwisho. Yeah. So 10 minutes, is that enough? Let me be democratic. Jackie, is Jackie here? Amanda. 10 minutes in your view, it's okay. So, real quick, so which means if we calculate 10 minutes from now, we should be here what time? 11 or 1 or 11 or 2? So 11. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed for tea. On my right, you'll be shown the ushers there. And let's be real quick so that we are here in time for the presentations. And what I'm happy about, I think we are on time. Asanteni sana, tujipigie makofi. And as you continue to interact with our exhibitors there, take a minute or two and pass by the desk and see what they have to offer. KRA, you know, I see you are very popular. So endeni muone KRA pale. KRA is very popular. Asanteni sana our partners, Kenya Tourism Board. Aya, tukunywe kachai. Aya.
We're now set to begin the second session, so kindly take your seats. Kindly take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. In 2 minutes, we are resuming. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second session of the Daring Returnees Forum 2024. Okay, hello. Hi, guys. How was tea? Was it Kenyan? You know you're back home when once you arrive, you are told karibu chai. That is how you know you're back in Kenya. So we who may spend most of our times here in the 254 might not be aware of how amazing, how refreshing Kenyan tea is. But if you travel abroad and you know that feeling when you're offered a cup of Kenyan tea and you see that logo that resonates with the tea that you were growing up with, then you know kweli niko nyumbani. Sindio? So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Daring Returnees Forum. Now, I want you guys to do a simple exercise with me before we get things rolling. Is that okay? So, I know we're living in a digital space, right? So, kindly take out your phones, take out your smartphones. Yes, take out your phones, take out your phones. I want you guys to take a selfie. It doesn't have to be alone, even though it's a selfie. You can do it with your next door neighbor, your partner there, and take a selfie, and I'd want you to go and post online on Facebook, on X, former Twitter, and use the hashtag Daring Returnees. Hashtag Daring Returnees. So kindly, let's do that exercise quickly. Let's take that photo. Let's take that photo. If your neighbor has a mulika mwizi, understand them? Yeah, let's try, let's see. Hey, airport mtani, I see you only have one phone. I thought business is good. Okay, let's try, let's see. Okay, good. Post it on Facebook, on any other social media platform, on X, using hashtag Daring Returnees. That is amazing. I'm seeing Professor Mwenja is sharing the how-to, talking about light in the back and everything. I see you have learnt a thing or two from us doing interviews. Awesome. Great. Like I said, this is Daring Returnees, brought to you by Chams Media in partnership with Chams Adventures and powered by NCBA. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we also have amazing exhibitors here with us. So, to my right, which is your left, exhibitors, can you wave at us, wave at us, wave at us, wave at us? You see those lovely ladies and gentlemen right there? Make sure that as we continue to go there and just say hi to them, because they have something amazing for you. Is that okay? Now, as we begin, does every table have this? Every table have you seen this on your table? You have seen this on your table? Now, because it is all about you, we want to know more about you. We want to learn more from you. So you can use this QR codes. The first one, as you can see, is what are your expectations for this forum? So kindly use your phone. If you need any tech assistance, Chams Media is here for you. Yes, so we can be able to advise you. So you can just take the first one. Avoid the second one for now, because I know that's where your eyes are. I know that's where you're, but we are going there. We are going there. But let's start with the first one. So the first one is all about giving us insights of what you'd expect of this forum, and we will be able to just know more and actually serve you. Is that okay? So you can do that as we continue with the session. Now, the second one. I'm seeing even everyone's attention has now come here. The second one, yes, as Mr. Chamwada mentioned, we have, ideally, we want to have a giveaway, right? From some of our partners who are here with us today. That is JumboJet and Safari Link. A round of applause for them. Now, they want to give you a free ticket to fly. Imagine, to fly. Yes, maybe some of you are returnees who have not seen the plane since you came back. We want to remind you of that feeling, right? So, once you'll go there and you'll be able to use the QR code, now you will find very simple questions that I know is common knowledge to everyone here. So, you will be able to answer those questions, and the person who will answer those questions we will choose the winners from that. Is that okay? Okay, but we will be able to share with that even with you guys even more later on. For now, we're still on the first one. Okay? And for those who are joining us online, it is good to have you with us. Kindly note that you will also partake in this. There is an air ticket for you. So 3 will be given right here in this room, and 1 will be given to those who join online. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching us and you want the higher chances of winning, is when more of your people are watching. And then you will decide how you're going to use those tickets, right? So kindly join us and you'll have an amazing session and it will be okay. So ladies and gentlemen, are we good to go? Are you ready for the second? So let me invite my boss back here to be able to share with us what we have in store, and it's going to be an amazing time. Remember, we're using hashtag Daring Returnees Beyond Remittances. Thank you. Let's give it up for Mr. Chamwada as he makes his way.
Wow, I can see more energy after taking coffee and tea. Tujipigie makofi. Asante. I want to recognize one, Mr. Mwangi Gakuo. I met him about 3 years ago. He had just returned from Botswana. You've heard there are many Kenyans in Botswana who are doing very well in veterinary sector, beef farming, and so on. One of the top beef farmers in Botswana is Mr. Willie Kathurima. He's still there. We've had Kenya's experts transformed Botswana's beef sector until Botswana, I think, has been doing very well exporting to EU, while we've been having a bit of challenges, is it? If you can imagine those skills, and those people come back. The good thing, I can assure you, Kathurima has been visited by the who is who in Kenya, including one day, I received a call from former Speaker of the National Assembly, Justin Muturi, asking for the contact of Willie Kathurima. I'm going to Botswana. I want to meet and that guy and visit his farm. Many MPs, MCAs, people go there for benchmarking. So you can imagine, and he's trained many Kenyans back home when he comes. But one of his colleagues who worked with him in Botswana is here. Simama watu wakuone, sitaki kusema ni uko wapi. Simama watu wakuone. Mpigieni makofi. So Mwangi Gakuo has been training people in using what is called feedlots, to use a very small area and to produce so much. I will give you a chance later. You could have a seat. Tumpigie makofi tena. And since I met him, he's trained over 400 farmers. How about that? Makofi tena. So those 400 farmers employ people also. So you can multiply. You can guess how many? How many? If you are a beef farmer, you have some 400 cattle. How many? So you can imagine his impact in terms of skills and knowledge transfer. And that's the purpose of this forum. So we really appreciate, and we've had very good participation, even online. We'll introduce you to some who are online. Some are preparing to return. So they want to listen. Michael, you share your experience. How is it? There's one who says he always wants to return. Before he prepares, he finds, there is some chaos here somewhere. They say, I'll wait. But we'll encourage them that at the end of the day, east or west, home is the best to create. That was just a breather. And we will be introducing our speakers now. And let's also be real quick because of time. I know the morning session, we started a bit late, but we are glad it went very well. Again, we really value our sponsors, and I'm happy that during tea break, you people are able to get time, visit our sponsors. Some of them have been with us all along in our Daring Abroad forums, including Unity Homes, Pazurina, of course, our partner, Champs Adventures. We've done seminars, webinars with Solution Circle. Everybody, Safari Link, when they were venturing into Zanzibar, we went to dare with them there. Jumbo Jet again went to Zanzibar, we dared with them there. And you know what? There is a plane by Jumbo Jet called Cozy. If you've seen Cozy, it's named Cozy. I was there when it was taking its first flight in Calgary, where they acquired it. And one of my videographers here, ikiwa mpya kwa karatasi, tukaenda Calgary. Yes, wewe umewahi kupanda ndege ikiwa kwa karatasi? Nipigieni makofi. So we value our, you can see the impact of our sponsors also. Really, really amazing. This journey will not be would not be where we are without our sponsors. Wow. Online audience, thank you so much. Remember, as we said, there is also a ticket for you. Keep tweeting, keep subscribe. And I think Michael will explain later. The winner will be around subscriptions to our YouTube channel. And you give a comment. So the comment that will have the most comments might win the ticket. Azmina, mambo, tupigie Azmina makofi. Tumekuwa tukidea na yeye abroad from Unity Homes. I know, this is amazing. I was just there. I can talk. Huh? This is the last one. Someone told me, when you were young, we used to come to your posho meal, your mzee's posho meal, and I'd forgotten. My mzee used to have kisiagi. Kiwa na kisiagi kwa village uko very popular. Because watu wanakuja, you are networking, na ameniambia, mahindi tulikuwa tunachaga kwenu, ndio ulifanya tukagrow, tukafika mahali tuko. So this is a networking forum. Jipigieni makofi tena. Aya. Allow me to introduce Professor Dominic Mwenja. I don't know how we met first, but then at that time he was the CEO of the Mater Hospital. I think we can have his slide if it's ready. Very vibrant guy. I think I saw you on TV and I was like, that guy, I need to meet this guy. Professor Dominic Mwenja. That time he was the CEO of Mater Hospital, and then I discovered he was president, Miramar International University in California for about 10 years, I think. He had lectured, he had visited various universities across the world, including Asia. And he's a strategist in business development. And as he'll tell you when he comes, he felt he had reached the epitome, the pinnacle, yeah, that's the word, in the US, and there's nowhere else he could have gone. And he decided to come back, to give back to his country. So you can see his profile there. Currently, he's the founder of Miramar International College, Kenya, with branches across Africa. He just flew in from Ethiopia yesterday, still daring abroad and impacting on lives, not only in Kenya, but across the globe. So tumkaribishe Professor Dominic Mwenja. You could have about 7 minutes of presentation. Then you can see this session is very interactive. You will gain more through question and answer session, but I know you are normally very brief. Karibu sana. Tumpigie Dominic makofi. Asante sana.
Hamjambo. Let me tell you, when I came back after 30 years on the other side, alafu nikajaribu ile Kiswahili ya 1980s. Watu waliniangalia akasema, bro, hiyo hatujawahi. It's nice to be here with Alex. And this guy is doing marvelous things for our folks on this continent and around the world, which is extremely, extremely important. And because of time, if you can roll the, okay, I see it there. I wear many hats as we are going to go through. What I'll do in this session, I'll go through. Most of you have come back, and there are some who are coming back, but consciously you haven't put what you have gone through in perspective. And some of you have gone through that, and I went through that. So I'll put that in perspective so you can go, I went through that. I went through that. And along the way, we have to figure out how do we help even those brothers and sisters who want to come back so that they can be able to settle and make a contribution to this country. Because we come back because we love our country. We have things in other countries that we do, but because we love this country, we decide, let's go back and give back to our country. And that's why I came back. Otherwise, being a university president, I really didn't have to come back. I had a good life. Professor will tell you, you're in the top 1% of the population in the US. So there's no motivation to come back, but you need to come back and give back to our country because we love this country. I'll go through these presentations very fast so that we have enough time for interaction a bit later. So part of what I do, I see I'm with the Miramar International Foundation. I'm also the chairman of the Central Bank Pension Fund. That was one of the best managed funds in the region, actually in Africa. I like to brag because we are almost 140% funded, which you don't find anywhere else. And if you've been to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and you look across the street next to the DP's office, there's a building that sits like this and like this. Have you seen it? It's called the CBK Towers. Those are two elderly individuals, one leaning this way, the other one leaning that way, and the pension is right between the two elderly guys and telling them, we got you, we got your back. So, and that's why we say we manage our fund very closely, and it's good to give back, and it feels good. Now, I want us to look at what is reverse culture shock, and we'll go through this quite fast. It refers to the emotional and psychological distress that individuals may experience when returning to their home culture after an extended stay. And I'm sure most of you have come back. Sometimes you went and you go like, oh man, they can't do that. How? It's okay, then you go back to the next one. While many are familiar with the concept of culture shock, those feelings are of confusion and disorientation when entering a new culture. Reverse culture shock can be just intense, if not more so. So when you come back, there are things that you actually, when I came back, I couldn't even drive. After driving the US for more than 30 years, I couldn't even drive, I was scared. Because you see cars coming from all directions. And I spent 27 years continuously before I came back for the first time. So you're going this way, and the matatu is coming, and say, oh my gosh, it's gonna hit me, it's gonna hit me. Then you go to a roundabout that has no lanes, and nobody follows any lane. So you're asking yourself, how do I drive? So I had to hire a driver to drive me around for the first, I think 2.5 years before I bought a car. And then when I bought a car, I made a mistake and I bought a Prado. It was big. And then all these roads, everybody makes the road small because everybody is going in all directions. Those are some of the things that you go through and you're asking yourself. And my kids saw, because my kids were young then when they were here, and they were like, Daddy, he's going to hit us, he's going to hit us, he's going to hit us. Those things we go through, that's part of the reverse culture shock. You come back to your own society and you really get scared of some of those things. The next one, we look now at the stages of reverse culture shock, and I'm not going to read all this, but I will highlight a few things that I went through that allowed me to settle down, and some of the things that I wanted to do. And when I came back, I had this gang-ho mentality. I'm going to make a difference. We have done all these things. I worked with different governments. I worked with the government of Vietnam for many years, and I saw them develop from GDP of 123. Within 10 years, now today they are 469 billion. Why? Because of things that they are doing right, that we wish we could do it right in Africa so that we can be able to grow as well. So disengagement stroke departure. Let me tell you, the moment I decided to come back, it took me 3 years to decide to come back. Because you're scared. You're going like, oh my gosh, okay, what am I going to do? What are my kids going to do? You know, do I live in the village? When you go to the village, and then you go to the village after 27 years, the people you're meeting there that are your classmates, you cannot recognize them. Some of them, life has been a bit hard. Others, they have children who have children and they've been hearing. So you have this guy who is coming, hey uncle, how you doing? I say, I'm so and so. Whose child are you? You know, so you go through that. You go through all those things. So this is the initial stage which begins before you return. Living a comfortable life before, and all of us went through that. The next stage is euphoria, and this is where you know you are going to make a difference. You are so gung-ho. until the rubber hits the road. You're so gung-ho. I had an opportunity to meet President Kibaki in 2012. We had a fantastic discussion. And I remember one time we were in Isiolo, and after having a discussion with him, he was like, sit down and have some lunch with me. Because I challenged him directly to some of the things that I saw happening. You see, as a diaspora returnee, he's a president, but he's also a guy, you know? Have a conversation with a guy. So I was excited about coming and about what I could do. And then I wanted to be part of the Hururu transformation story. And why? Because we had gone, I left during Moi's time. And you know, during Moi's time, the economy was collapsing. A lot of us were leaving and all that. So now Kibaki comes, and the economy now is doing well. So we had that hope. And that's what is driving us from the other side. Let's go home. Hope is coming back Nyumbani. Then the first thing I did, I went back to my primary school, and I realized there are no libraries in my primary school. They have no books. I went to the next one, and the next one. The primary school that I went to was worse 27 years later than when I attended there 27 years before. So what did I do? I went back to the US. I called all my friends. We mobilized a textbook flight. And we shipped 21 40-foot containers of textbooks in about 3 years, and we gave them to almost 1,000 schools, colleges, and prisons around the country for 3 years. And why was I doing this? Because I knew if we are going to develop a reading culture in this country, and we always say, if you want to hide something with our people, the Kenyans, put it in a written word, because our people don't read. Hide something that is written. So we wanted to encourage that idea. At the same time, what I did, we got together with Mr. Dr. Keremi Mwiria, and we decided, how do we start to impact higher education? Education from ECD all the way up. So we got this project. We're just finishing it now. We have 200 stories, short stories, that we have translated in 11 Kenyan languages with English. So you got English version here, you got Kikuyu here. You got English version here, Kikale here. You got English. So mom and pop in the village can sit down and read with that child so that both of them can get involved with the reading culture and all that stuff. So then I remember I was telling somebody else, my first intention was to open a university. Being a university president, the first thing you want to do is open a university, isn't it? And I was like, man, go and open a university, until I realized that, actually that's when I realized I'm a Kikuyu. For 30 years, I never called myself a Kikuyu. That's when I realized I was a Kikuyu. Because some of the things I was facing, some of them were said in my face, not another Kikuyu to open another university. Fathom that. You have the investment, you have the money. And then anyway, so I said, let me find out what is so unique about the universities. I started to do my research. I analyzed data from 2010 to 2012. The kids who entered Saturday 1, if 100 children entered Saturday 1 in 2010, all the way to 2012, for those 12 years, is only between 8 and 10% of those 100 kids that will enter the university. The C+ and above, 8 to 12%. Average, 10%. So I was like, okay, then in that case, why am I going through this hell twice to open a university while 88% of the population is not taken care of? That's how I ended up starting the college. Because you know as well I know that the C and D students, for a long time they used to call me the professor of C and D students. And the reason why they call me, because I used to preach, the C and D students will always be the SMEs, the small business owners. Those are the people who drive the economy, because they are ready to get their hands dirty. In the US, we know the same. It's the community college graduates, and Prof will tell you, those are the ones that drive the economy. So the C and D students, and we always say the A students will work for the C and D students, while the B students work for government. And therefore, we shouldn't be investing in this C&D students to start micro enterprises. And that is what drove me, and I'll tell you in just a minute, that's what drove me in 2015 with Professor Muruku. We wrote an economic development model, was called Jua Kali Economic Development Model, creating jobs at the village level. Fantastic. We pitched that to governors, we pitched to anybody who could listen, and that's a big idea that diasporas have, and you're going like, oh my gosh, this is just going crazy. Anyway, in 2020, we revised that model, and we called it the bottom-up model. You know the rest of the story. And that was our model with Professor Muruku. Now, you look at MIC Switch. That's what I'm talking about. Miramar International College was born out of the frustration to start the university. Then from there, I really wanted to have an impact in the university, in our education. So Matiang'i appointed me to be part of the first National Steering Committee on Education Reform with Professor Airo, who is now the VC at Daystar University, and the rest of the team. We worked with that for 4 years until at some point we kind of gave up because not too much was happening. So CBC was born out of our committee. The funding calculation that you saw was done the other day. We did that in 2017, and they were very close to what we had done in 2017. So we lost how many years of implementation? 8 years of implementation. And that's why when you come back and you're gung-ho and you have all these ideas that you want to share with your country, and sometimes they become, you get frustrated. And I'm coming to that as well when I come to the next phase. Then the DAIA was, as I was trying to open the university, I started talking to our PhD students, people who are PhD holders and all that. Then we realized the problems, the myriad of problems that they're having completing their PhDs. Some 10 years, others were actually giving up. So we formed what we call Doctoral Association of Eastern Africa with Professor Muruku and Professor Arue and myself. And we started enrolling students who are PhD students from all the universities in the country. We started getting professors from their different universities. We went to Rwanda, we did the same. Uganda, we did the same, only to help our students who are PhD students complete on time and also introduce intellectualism in our education system. Because there's a difference between being educated and being intellectually astute. Two differences. So we have to figure out how do we help people at all levels. So we're helping people at ECD level, college level, and the university level. Then from there is the third phase. Third phase here is what we call dampened, the second phase. Third phase is dampened euphoria, and that's what we are going through. And most of you have gone through that. You're happy, you're gung-ho, and then you realize, hey, the environment that I thought I would have ahead on that side, when I come here, hey, these things are not working, bro. Okay? You try to go to this office, things are not working. Go there, somebody tells you something, and you go like, dude, when you're dealing, especially when you're dealing with CEO and higher-ups, when I get a word from a CEO, I expect that CEO to follow through. True? And I usually tell them, as a CEO, your word is gold. I can go to the bank. Then you realize there are people who tell you things that they actually don't mean, and you end up wasting a lot of time. You've gone through that? So that's a realization you have to come through. So your trust barometer has to come down kidogo, so you take things a little bit in a more skeptic way, such that, that's why you say, trust but verify. Are we together? Hey, jamaa meni promise, lakini jamaa mempigia, hey, simu ashiki, jamaa mpotea. They said, hey bro, niko busy, naweza kucall. You go like, come on dude, you're supposed to do this. Anyway, those are things that all of you have gone through. Then here, the first thing I see, you see they're conned. How many of you have been conned? Most of us, isn't it? I was conned so many times by both relatives and friends that I became very skeptical. Okay? The first one I remember was conned when I was in Vietnam. I had a meeting in Vietnam with the Economic Council there. And then I needed to get an office in View Park Towers. You know Moi University used to be on Viewback Towers many years before. We came and took over the whole floor. But then it was not enough. There was another floor on the 8th or the 7th, one of the other floors, and we sat down and we agreed with the people that I will take over that floor. See, I'm in Vietnam. Say, call your banker, send the money, and blah, blah, blah. They said, okay, fine. We sent the money, we wired. Only when we came back, there was somebody else in the same office. I was like, what happened? Oh, no. They use your money to clear the arrears, then they let go. Those things happen. And you have to be prepared for those things to happen. And I'm sure most of you have gone through that. You go to the land's office. I remember when I came back, I had a piece of land in Nakuru which had 2 titles. I didn't even know. Then you come back, somebody has built on your land. You see? Those are some of the things that towards the second or third year, you say, like, you know what? Use the American speak, you say, F it, I'm going back. And I'm sure some of you have gone through that. Okay? But you have to be resilient and you have to be able to have a thick skin. Number 3, alienation and clinicality. Here, what I'm talking about is the initial excitement fades, frustrations mount, you become critical of your home culture. And how many of you have been critical of your home culture after you come back? See? You go like, oh man, things here don't work, they don't make any sense, and all that. And you have to figure out, how do we work things out? And I'll tell you how you do that in a few minutes. They may feel like outsiders in your own country. We have all gone through that because you have these fantastic ideas. You have done well in the other country. You want to come here and make a difference, and then you're not going anywhere. And you get that frustration. People are not interested. Sometimes they don't understand what your vision. And sometimes when you have a vision carrier, it becomes very difficult for other people to tag along and come. Leading to the feelings of resentment and myself, visions that are informed by experiences elsewhere collide with those that are based on a narrow exposure. What am I saying here? You will talk to some of your friends, and you have this big vision, and they will talk you down. They say, hey, Prof, you must have a hapa. And you know it is possible. So how do you deal with that? It's not easy. It's not easy at all. Then 10 to 12% of kids entering Standard 1. And that's the example that I gave you. Why did I switch from starting a university to starting a college? Because I realized I was only catering to 10% of the population, and these guys are going to take me through hell, but there's 88% of population that I can make a difference, and those are the people who create jobs for this country. It's not the university graduates. Okay? It's those C and D students. Those are the ones that are not afraid of getting their hands dirty. Then the 3 constants in life. I have always believed there are 3 constants in life. 1, education. 2, healthcare. 3, food. Now, with those 3, when COVID happened, I was CEO at Mater Hospital. And I watched our occupancy rate drop from 90% to almost 37% in less than 90 days. Okay? You have a payroll of 120, 130 million a month. Can you pay that much with 37% occupancy? I had to figure something else out. So I had to get very creative. Because people stopped going to hospitals. Why? Because they start getting healthier. You start shaking people's hands all over the place, and you touch your everything else. By the time somebody comes too close, before you can smell their breath, you always say, hey, dude, no man, keep your distance. People learned how to stay healthy. And they also learned how to medicate themselves at home and use all these natural remedies. So for me, healthcare stopped being a constant because we can figure out how to become healthy. Second one was education. Education, we closed schools for how long? Almost a year. But our kids still went to school. They learned, they came back, and they graduated. I held a graduation in 2020 despite COVID. So, as much as education is everywhere we are, it's not a constant in life. that you have to depend on it for survival, because you can survive without education. But it is an important ingredient of our lifestyles in order to better ourselves. Okay? Now, whether you had COVID or not, you still had to eat food. So food remained the only constant in life. And therefore, I have dedicated my time over the last so many years I've been here to food security, food safety, and food production. And I'll show you what I mean by that, because that's the only constant in life. So, the next one is what we call, I've already talked about this, it's called gradual adjustments. You start to realize that I'm not quite going to get what I want, but God damn it, I have to do something. Then you start adjusting yourself. You start adjusting the constant. Because of what I saw, when I started the college, I decided to focus on food production, healthcare, and education. So I founded a foundation. It's called Miramar International Foundation. And that foundation had 3 pillars: education, healthcare, the same 3 that we are talking about. But I emphasize on food production. Being a CEO matter. Then from there, by the grace of God, I met one of the prime ministers who became a very good friend of mine. I became the honorary counsel for the kingdom of Eswatini. So they don't have an embassy here, so I'm the one who represents here as the honorary counsel. So I'm also privileged that way, and we're also making other things. Then we entered other countries in our food production. We are in Ethiopia, Uganda, and with a focus on food security, which is a constant. Creation of jobs for women and youth in the 3 countries, which is a constant. We have to create jobs for our youth. Otherwise, all these manenos that you see happening here, they're not going to go away. And we cannot wish these people away. We have to figure out how do we create jobs for our youth. But we cannot create the jobs for our youth if our economy is not expanding. We have to figure out. And that's why we wrote the 2 models. The bottom-up model and the Jua Kali model to expand the economy. With the bottom-up model, regardless of the practice, we are supposed to expand the middle class. So more and more people can come from the bottom to the middle class. We expand the tax base so we don't have to overtax everybody. And that's how it is supposed to go, ideally. But things sometimes don't work the way. Then from there, those are the 2 models. I've already talked about those. The bottom-up model. We have trained thousands and thousands of young people on these programs. And we have created more than 130 jobs doing this personally. And there are other jobs that are being created with the other people that we have helped to become independent. So the emotional impact, it can be emotional for you. You have to figure out how do you grapple with these changes. Talk to friends. Talk to others so that you are not suffering alone. And always trust but verify. Always. Practical challenges, logistical issues, I think I've gone through that. You find things that are not working, hospitals are not working, housing is not working. The corruption is all over the place, education systems are not working. Like now when I see where we are with the CBC, I feel very sad. Because I can tell you for sure, we have no idea what the hell we are doing with the education system. Okay? And you cannot guess with our children. Are we together? Being part of the original group that worked on curriculum reform from CBC, I can tell when things are not working. We had problems with JSS in 2016, junior secondary. We are trying to figure out how do we budget for them so we know where they are going to be at that particular time. So those are challenges that we have to go through, the logistical issues. Shift in relationships, and those happen all the time. Then coping strategies, seek support. That's extremely important that you're able to do that. Reflect on experiences. Go back and say, hey, by the way, Mazi, 2 years ago, ilikuwa mbaya, lakini now it's a bit okay. For me, what I've done, we have gone to other countries. We do businesses in other countries now. And myself, partners from India, partner from the US, we are just about to finish an online platform for African trade, which we hope to onboard tens of thousands of African businesses in the next 6 months. That's a way of looking for ways, how do we expose our Africans to the rest of the world so that our people, whatever we produce here, there's a market out there somewhere. Then be patient. Patience is very, very important. And I can tell you, there are people who came around the same time I came that have gone back. And there are many. Okay, be patient. This is extremely important. Now, this is a journey that I'll take you in the pictorials very fast, so you see the things that I do. That's myself in Ethiopia. I meet in bankers, development partners, and government ministers, because we do farming, and we do what we call smart farming in Ethiopia, as we do in other countries. That's myself. You see this is a vertical farm. You see that greenhouse on the left? That's the same farm where I'm standing there. Okay? And if you can do this in a city, you can grow food anywhere regardless of the weather conditions, because this is climate smart food production. So why would anybody in Africa go hungry? It's nothing, none. And that's why we say long-term planning and very deliberate planning on our food security is very, very important. Unfortunately, when you go to most African countries, they don't take agriculture seriously, yet they say it's the backbone of the continent. It's such nonsense. These are Kenyans who are teaching Ethiopians how to grow their own food. So we're also exporting labor for the people who work for us in those other countries. That's the one on the right there. That's animal feed, and I think this brother have probably seen the hydroponic barley with the animal feed. This is a climate smart. This is one of our green. Look at that. Look at that crop. And you can grow this in the desert, in the city, anywhere. It doesn't matter where you are. And I'll tell you another story. That's another one of our young people. You know this guy. This was, I believe, 2021. I was with His Excellency when we are launching the 4K clubs of primary schools at the ASK. And I remember immediately after this, I flew to Kampala because I was meeting Museveni, because you're trying to do the same thing for Uganda in terms of food security and really getting our people to produce their own food. There's no reason for any African to go hungry because we can grow food. You know this guy also. Then he was DP. This is somewhere we are in Makueni. We had a project that we are doing there. Imekwama. Yeah. We can move the next one very fast. It's gone. Okay, you know that guy? Okay, this is our guy called Munya. That's vertical farming. Okay, that farm where I was with Munya, that greenhouse is the same greenhouse here. These are different crop. Because you can grow one crop one season and another crop another season. So there's none of saying you cannot have. And this is here in Kenya. This one, you're going to like this. This is a potato seed propagation from using tissue culture. Okay? This is a dark chamber there that you see. You see all those nodules? All those are potatoes. We can be able to craft our own potatoes. We don't have to import potatoes for KFC from Egypt. It's nonsense. And somebody who is in the Ministry of Agriculture somewhere said, no, this is wrong. It's nonsense. Do something. Like Michelle Obama says, when you have a problem, for God's sake, do something. Okay, that's the first generation. This is the second generation, hydroponically. So you do it, the first generation aeroponically, the second generation, you do it aeroponically. By this time, one seed that was in the other one has another 225 seeds. If you do another third generation, you can do 225 times 15. So why can't we have our own seeds? Why are we still importing nematode-infested seeds from the Netherlands? It makes no sense. Think. And these are jobs that are created in the agri sector. It's everywhere. You see the whole ecosystem of agriculture. We can create tens of millions of jobs. We just have to focus and be deliberate. And I can see Alex is coming. Let me just make a quick last one. Alex, this is the last one, I promise. Now, this one, reverse culture shock cannot go by itself. It has to go with reverse brain drain. Okay? We call it also gain. Go out there, seek your best, bring them back, cross-fertilize them with the local talent, and we're going to build something you have never seen. That's how South Korea developed. President Park in 1967 realized that Korea cannot develop with the internal capabilities they had. So they had to go outside. When they went to MIT and Stanford, they told them, you don't have an MIT in South Korea. That's how Korea Institute of Technology was born. From there, you have Samsungs, you have all these other conglomerates that came because of deliberate reverse brain drain. Get our brains that are outside and bring them here to cross-fertilize ourselves. As we look for jobs for the semi-skilled and skilled workers to also go outside and work what the ministry is doing now, which is absolutely commendable. So we create jobs here, we create jobs overseas, and then we train those who are here, we send them out so they can also go and harvest. In Kikuyu you say komada. To go and harvest, and then bring back. And then with time, we bring them back. This brother from Botswana, I've known from him for a long time. Even when I was in Eswatini, and I was talking to government folks over there, and said, oh, there's one of your brothers in Botswana is doing such a fantastic job. Maziata King anakujua. Okay, so what do I say? I say we can develop our country, we just need to love it more. Patriotism without reservation. Greed and self-destructive behaviors are destroying this continent. We need to love our continent, we need to love our people, and we need to be deliberate in the things that we do to improve the lives of our people. And folks from the diaspora can be a good addition to that. Thank you very much.
Wow. You still teach, eh? Prof, you still teach, eh? Ama umepotelea mashambani?
Only PhD students when they're stuck.
Wow. Sijui nianze kufanya masters in hydroponics. Tumpigie makofi tena. We will come to questions later because we have one of our speakers waiting on the border between Kenya and Uganda. If she's ready, my producer, alert me. We go straight to online presentation. Mr. and Mrs. Peter Ole Sabai, medical practitioners from the US. They've established, we could have their slide as I introduce them. Is she ready, Justice? You could get in touch with her. Tell her we are on standby. Eh? Okay. As we prepare, just give me a minute to play some audio, then I'll tell you what it's all about. As we prepare to go to Kenya-Uganda border, they'll be coming in a moment. Play for me that audio.
Happening over in Kenya. It's this rise of what some are calling daring returnees. Mm-hmm. And this is something I think you'll find really interesting. These are skilled professionals who are choosing to bring their talents back home. We're talking about people who could really build a life anywhere,
right?
But they're choosing Kenya. And since you're so fascinated by global trends and how they impact local economies, I really dove into this Daring Returnees Forum 2024 that's coming up in Nairobi to try and unpack what's motivating this new generation of returnees.
Yeah, what's really fascinating about this to me is the depth that these returnees are bringing back. It's more than just sending money back home, which remittances are vital, don't get me wrong.
No, absolutely.
But this forum is really focused on this wave of individuals who are returning with this global experience, these networks that they've built internationally, and this incredible specialized knowledge. And that's not something you can easily replicate.
Absolutely not. And get this, the event is organized by Chams Media. They've been telling the stories of Kenyans abroad for ages, right?
Right.
But this forum just hits different. You know what I mean? It's like they're saying, listen up. The diaspora's impact, it goes way beyond just sending money back.
Precisely. And I think by highlighting the stories of these daring returnees, as they're calling them, it's like they're providing this practical guide for others who might be considering a similar move. Because there's something really powerful about seeing someone who's walked in your shoes, right? And succeed.
Oh, yeah. And speaking of success stories, the speaker lineup for this forum is seriously impressive.
Oh, is that right?
A former VC, a hospital CEO, they've even got the former chairperson of the Diaspora Council of Kenya.
Wow.
These aren't just talking heads, they've lived it.
Yeah,
Okay,
having a former VC speak is brilliant.
We
because they
can go on and
really
on and on,
to
but
the
allow me
unique
to fade that
investment
sound.
potential that returnees bring to the table. Plus, hearing from someone who's been in the trenches, so to speak, of Kenyan
You can fade
healthcare.
the video. Sorry, the audio. How about that? So, that's a talk show, is it? It's AI. Si watu. And the person who did that is a returnee, and just shocked me by sending me, hey, people are already discussing this about 2 weeks ago, and I want to give him just a minute. He talks like me sana. Akona story mingi, but nitampatia baadaye, but akuje tu atuambie sasa hii ilifanyikaje. 1 minute, Mr. Kunga Kihoria. Tumpigie makofi. Kuja 1 minute. So, and you are seeing economy, skills, and knowledge transfer beyond remittances. Sio imedonjo. Najua kudonjo. Imedonjo. So just a minute, and he's even in avocado farming, Balozi. One of the biggest avocado farmers. Akikuwa huko kwa miti avocado, sijui ana generate hii kitu ya mmesikiza hapa. How did it happen? Karibu tu. For a minute, I know I'll give you more time later.
Okay, thank you. Acknowledge Mr. Chamwada for all the good work he's doing through the years. Actually, his program of Daring Abroad was one that I had an opportunity to watch as I was visiting back home and forth. So my name is Kunga Kihoya. By the way, all protocols observed to everyone that's in the room. My name is Kunga Kihoya, or Gakuga. Okay, but I'm born and raised in America to Kenyan parents who immigrated in the late 1960s. The diaspora story is a long one, and it goes back to the Tom Mboya airlifts with the Kennedy president at the time, and then there was an act passed in America called the Immigration and Naturalization Act in 1965, which then opened doors for Africans and other immigrants to immigrate to America. And so I'm turning 50 at the end of this year, and so that's I say about 50 years of Kenyans being born abroad. I'm probably the first line of what we'll call second generation Kenyans. These are Kenyan children born in America or anywhere else outside of Kenya to Kenyan parents. And the numbers are roughly about 1 million, because right now we have about 4 million Kenyans in the diaspora, and about 23 to 25% of them have had children. So we have about 1 million children who, according to the 2010 Constitution, are Kenyan citizens, and a large population out there. So with that, one of the things that we'll like to, and I'll be discussing with Alex and a number of individuals here, is how can we engage these second generation children of Kenyan immigrants? We believe that there is an additional $1 billion of remittances and other investments that can come to Kenya if there is a pathway, a structured, organized pathway of engaging the children of Kenyans who have been born abroad, because they deal with serious issues of identity crisis, what we'll call a Kenyan heritage identity, continuity crisis, because they're born in these countries and they don't fit in. They're not 100% American or any other country. They're not 100% Kenyan. And dealing with that identity issue, they end up falling victim to many different delinquencies, let's put it that way. And that's actually encapsulated in Obama's story. Obama tells in his book, Dreams of My Father, how he ended up getting into drugs and alcohol before he took his trip to Kenya and to his father's home, which gave him a sense of self, a sense of identity. So when he went back to America, he was able to flourish. We would like to be able to work with entities like Chamwada, the banks, and other institutes to find pathways of engaging these second-generation Kenyans, that they can come back home and have that sense of identity, so when they return back to their countries of their birth, they have a sense of self, and they will send money, they'll send resources, it'll be great. So I want to say thank you. We created, we used a little bit of AI to tell the story of this particular Okay, very good. To tell of this, I think this is a beginning of something great, and we love to see where this daring returnees is going to go. Thank you very much.
Sorry to cut you short. As I told you, he's gifted in words like me. Sometimes we speak for 2 hours, and tumpigie makofi. Allow me to take you to the border between Kenya and Uganda. I think Margaret will say the name of that village. Where is it? Forgotten. Margaret, are you online? Is she online? Can we see her? And the slide, as I introduce her, she's busy, so she'll say hi, share 1 or 2 words, and then we go to our next presenter before we break for lunch. Wow, what a rich discussion. Ama namna gani? Wow, groundbreaking, eh? Yeah, and there's a very good rapporteur who is taking everything balozi. So everything, mtaipata. And we start building up data, ama namna gani, and understanding how many returnees do we have. What's their impact in economy? Tuko tayari? Maybe technical help we'll get in a moment, but let me appreciate Christine Walela. If you watched her story on Daring Abroad, she's doing quite well in hydroponics as well, a professor in Adelaide, Australia, one of our most watched videos on YouTube. She's watching us, Asante Christine, and she's training Kenyans. So talking of beyond remittances, economy, skills, and knowledge transfer. Thank you, Christine, in Adelaide. I think huko Mkombele, wako karibu the day is almost ending there, waende kulala. Na America, sijui wanakaribia kuamka, a small world. Brian Mangeni in Nairobi, thank you for watching us. Hilary Wanyonyi, Nairobi. And Grace from Utawala, congratulating us for a very incisive, informative forum. If Margaret is not ready, we can go to the next speaker. I think anakuja akipotea. She told me she was quite busy. Do we have her slide just to appreciate her, and then we can go to the next speaker? Maybe she'll join us in the afternoon. Margaret, doctor, it's a couple. Yeah. So you can quickly read through. They have also a very inspiring story. The next presenter, you'll allow me, if she joins, we'll just cut to have her say hi, and then we continue. My co-presenter, kusema. You know, kwa studio mnaweza ku chit chat.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Allow me to introduce our next presenter. I know Professor Emmanuel Mutisia. You'll be crispy as usual. Wewe nafikiri utakuwa very crispy. I know you. Professor Emmanuel Mutisia, tumepatana majuu in forums like this, and little did I know that we would be sharing knowledge, skills, as we discuss this topic beyond remittances. He is the chair of the Council of the University of KAIST. KAIST is the Kenya Advanced Institute in Science and Technology, and that university is the anchor tenant of Konsa Smart City. He's done quite a lot in terms of research about the role of returnees in Africa, and he'll give us a glimpse into case studies, Rwanda, Somalia, and Ghana. He's a specialist in development matters, and he's quite networked. He's taught, as an assistant professor in Japan, and he's a former chair of the Diaspora Council of Kenya. So he has quite a wide experience about Africa. So tumkaribishe Professor Emmanuel Mutisia. Yeah, asante.
Asante sana, my brother Chamwada. Good afternoon, friends. You know, it's always very exciting to stand in front of people like you who have been out there, experienced those cultures in those other countries on the other side, and then came back to continue building our country. As Chamwada said, my name is Emmanuel Mutisia. I've spent most of my time in Japan, working with the United Nations, but also working at the University of Tokyo as a professor of sustainability science. And I'm happy, you know, the first speaker, the things that you shared, just to confirm that some of the things that you talked about are things that we have taken over, including the bottom-up economic blueprint, which we developed in 2021, 2022 with the current president of Kenya. So if you started it, at least a returnee, completed that. And we are part and parcel of the team that is actually implementing that blueprint. We turned into the better agenda. Again, you know the challenges that we are facing because of the physical space and a bit of politics, that we're not able to get things done in the right way. Again, he wanted to start a university. I am starting a university. So, you know, I have taken care of his problems, you know. I am the chair of the council of the newest university in Kenya, the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, which is modeled after the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, which you alluded to, in your slide, which brought together diaspora of Korea from the US mainly to come and develop their country. And that is exactly what we want to do with the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. We are actually going to vouch for diaspora to come and take leadership in the areas of study and also in leadership of the university. If we are to take Kenya to the next level, we must have the experiences that our diaspora have in running some of the facilities or enterprises or organizations that we have in this country. You know, so that we do not get disappointed or frustrated by the systems that are too rigid and fixed in a way that they never let new ideas come into the system. But I am happy that I am here as a diaspora returnee. Just as you said, I didn't want to come back because I didn't know how to settle. You know, when you're used to getting $1 million, $1 million shillings on their side, and then you come here, you're jobless, and you know the expectations that you get from your relatives and friends, you get scared. And if you do not get networks, you know, of people who are out there to start repackaging your life, it becomes very difficult to settle. And that is why some of us come back, and they always go back to the US. We don't go back to Japan, but I know you guys go back to the US. Because, you know, the lives that you live out there in the US are not the same lives that we live here on the other side, in the East. I also work with the African Development Bank. And that is the reason why, my brother Chamwada didn't say that I focus more on the contribution the diaspora is making in the continent. I work with the Department of Human Capital Development, Youth and Skills at the bank. And my role is actually to advanced education and skills development in the continent. That's my space. So we are spread, and we have all these possibilities and opportunities that we create from the things that we do. And therefore, as I talk, I also open up, to you to come to our new university in Konza Technopolis. We have opportunities for you to come and work with us in making the university stand out as a specialized or as a special university in this country. I think it's the only specialized university in Kenya. Our focus is on masters and PhDs, purely science, technology, and innovation. Engineering all the way to AI, semiconductors, and so on and so forth. And we're linking that with the private sector to ensure that we grow enterprises. We don't want to train students who are going to pass and then get employed by the government. We want to train students who are going to come up with innovations, support them to commercialize those innovations, and then build enterprises to support this economy in Kenya, but also in the region. So allow me to go very quickly. Just go very quickly through a few ideas on some of the things that I've learned as in my duty station in Abidjan, in Ivory Coast, as a staff of the African Development Bank. One thing that we need to know, and I think we're all aware of this, that the role of the diaspora in Africa's transformation is very key. We are the ones traditionally who are sending the highest amount of money to this continent, but we also provide the best expertise. We transfer technology, and we also bring about the innovations, and also link the continent with opportunities from outside the continent. We have more than 200 million people of African descent who are out there. That tells you that Africans who are outside Africa, could easily become a continent by themselves. In Kenya, we talk about the 48th county. This should be, a Nigeria outside there, which means that if you tap into the capacities, the expertise that we have with these, Africans out there, the Africa would get to the level where it should be and compete with the rest of the world. Now, with these numbers, certainly Africa is a resource. And in many cases, we see the diaspora as, a source of financial resources. And that is when you look at the governments, including government of Kenya, they measure the contribution of the diaspora by the amount of money that we send in this country. And that is why over the last 3-4 years, in our conversation with the Daring Abroad and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we've always been talking about the other two components that the government should focus on in terms of the contribution that we expect from the diaspora, over and above the remittances. And number two, on that is knowledge exchange, knowledge transfer, skills, and technology transfer. And number three is about the advocacy role that the diaspora plays in ensuring that we inform our people on their role as citizens in ensuring that they actively participate in the development of our continent and also of our countries. This technology of yours is not working so well, so So as I mentioned, these numbers are giving us hope. But that hope has not been translated into action. We are not seeing the appreciation that we expect from our governments of the role of the diaspora in national development. And that is why you realize that even the government of Kenya, which did develop the first national diaspora policy, that policy had issues when it came to implementation. We were there when we developed it in 2014, launched it in 2015, but most of the components of the first diaspora policy, which was supposed to advance the contribution of the diaspora in national development, and also to pave way for us to come back home and secure opportunities and support the development of our country. That policy, was kept somewhere. Most of the components were just there until now. We came into sort of reviewing, revising, and developing now the second version of that policy. And so, for governments on this continent, for the government of Kenya, the governments that we have here in Africa, it is important to look at the diaspora as the hope of this continent in ensuring that we bring about the kind of transformation in areas of social and economic, so that we can place ourselves at levels that we do not need to go out there to other countries or other continents to look for opportunities. We need to create that level of development that will attract many others to come and work and live in the continent, not to come and work, not to come and carry away or take away our natural resources, which is the case that we see with most of the countries that we see in the continent. Now, when you look at the area of knowledge exchange and knowledge transfer and skills, we know that one of the biggest challenges that we face as a continent is the levels of investment to build the capacity that is required to drive our development process. We look at the allocation of resources to our education system. And I think you gave a very good example of the CBC, which up to date is facing challenges, because even the transition to JSS has not been successful because of the amount of resources that the government was supposed to allocate, but the amount that has been allocated so far. So many of our kids who are going through the system are actually going through a system that is not working, with teachers who are not motivated, who are not interested in being part and parcel of the process, because they are not properly remunerated, the working conditions are not good, and this is an area that we, as returnees, with our networks out there, could support the government in our small ways, in our communities or in our villages, to just bring support from those networks that we have there, to provide the kind of quality, implementation process of the CBC, because this country's future is on the hands of these young men and women who are now getting trained under the CBC system. Research also is a problem, and Prof, I know you'll confirm that the amount of money that the governments in this continent are allocating to research is less than 1%. In many countries, less than 0.6%. Even in Kenya, where we are talking about the STI policy, which is supposed to fund research around science, technology, and innovation. The government did commit to allocate 2%. It is only allocating less than 0.6%. Now, how do you expect us to compete in the technologies that you presented here, whether it's in agriculture or even in robotics, artificial intelligence and so on and so forth, if we are not investing fully, resources to support our education system, to train our young men and women to advance the kind of development that we are looking forward to. I know my brother is coming, but I'm also following up with what my first speaker did to ensure that I'm not far away. Okay.
Yeah. He's allowed me. You don't just interrupt professors, is it? Dr. Margaret Sabai in Uganda, we are ready for you. And do we have their slide quickly? She's requested, Professor will allow, that she has a patient to go to attend to after this. So we want to respect her time. We'll come back to your slide if you don't mind. Producer Kotari. So that's her description. I don't have to read, but quickly she'll say hi to us. Just briefly what she's doing and why she decided to come back and her contribution to the economy of this country. Daktari, if you can hear me, let's connect her. She's said she'll just take about a minute or two, then tuendelee na Prof. Let's connect Daktari.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, karibu naendelea. We really appreciate your time.
Well, thank you so very much, Chamwada and the team. Thank you, fellow Kenyans, for tuning into this wonderful program. My name is Dr. Sabei. I'm here with Mr. Sabei. We actually lived in the US for over 20 years. And we worked in the healthcare department. My husband worked in Mayo Clinic for over 15 years. He was a director of a Choices Pregnancy Center, and I worked in many places, including the last place I worked was the Grand Canyon University in Phoenix. And so truly, as other speakers have said, it is a little bit scary to come back home after being out there for so long and making a lot of money with easy life. You know, you get into your vehicle, you get to where you want to be. If you want something in the grocery store, you just run to Walmart, you get what you need, and coming back home was a little bit scary. But what made us come back home? Working in healthcare in the US for many years. We saw how many patients can be saved, how many lives could be saved. And we thought, could we replicate the same and take this knowledge home? My husband and I participated in launching a benevolent fund in Phoenix, because a lot of people who die, we have to bring their bodies home. We struggle so much to get them home, and sometimes their communities do not know who they are. And it becomes very hard when your community don't know who you are. So we thought about it, we prayed about it, and we thought, the energy that we still have, we want to give it back to our community. We want to bring the knowledge that we have received in the US and come back home and give it back to the community. So it was not easy. We ran a business and a trucking business, and we worked very, just like all the Kenyans who work a lot to save money. But in 2016, we decided we want to come back home and we want to do something in the healthcare. So we built Love for Buko Hospital right at the border of Uganda and Kenya. It can save and serve both communities. And so this is one of the largest private hospitals in, I think, the west, from Eldoret West towards Kitale and eastern Uganda. And we have employed at least 50 people full-time, and we have maybe another 50 casual laborers every single day. So we have a private hospital that has, state-of-the-art lab. We do all the labs, most of the labs that you could think, CBC, chemistry, immunoassays, and many other things. We do have an X-ray, actually 2 X-rays. We do have ultrasound. We do have very good physical therapy. And we also included a hotel. We have one of the best hotels here within the hospital, and a restaurant. And we also have a place, we call it Mission House. So we build a guest house for most of our visiting teams, which has been serving visiting teams at the hospital plus visiting teams to the community and the churches. We also have a water bottling project. And so hiring all these people and being able to change lives has really, really been satisfying to us. In this community, we don't have a near hospital that could save the people. People had to either travel to Kitale or travel to Mbale. Now they can receive those services here, and we are like a referral hospital. Most of the people who get shipped in are pretty sick, are critically sick. What do we see mostly? Diabetic coma, strokes, hypertensive emergency, accidents, everything in between. And we have been so blessed to touch people's lives, save lives, employ people who would never have thought they would be employed. And on top of that, we have given a huge market to the communities, because with all that we are running, we need a lot of supplies from the community, vegetables for the restaurant, eggs, meat, people who could supply medical equipment, medications, lab supplies. So we have been a huge market to the community within and without. And so we've been such a blessing. I don't know what else I could say, but I just wanted to touch base. We are very sorry that we couldn't make it to the place. We will plan very early to be there next year. I have a patient who just pulled up and I need to go see the patient. But yes, it takes a huge step. It actually takes courage to come back home. But the peace that you find giving back to the community, touching the communities, the people that you know, and using all that God has given you to give it to the community, I think it's a huge blessing. I think it's more blessed than anything else we could have. And one last thing is, our slogan is 50 years from today, 100 years from today, what will people think about you? What will people know about you? So nobody will ever know how much money you had, what good house you lived in, but the lives that you have touched. the communities that you've touched. That is the legacy we want to leave. So if you're scared out there, reach out to us. We will definitely be able to walk you through coming back and how that feels like, but we are pretty comfortable being back here. Thank you.
Wow. Makofi, thank you. Asante sana, Mr. and Mrs. Abai. We really appreciate and will allow you to continue serving the community, and we'll talk to you a little later. If there are any questions about your presentation, we'll send to you online. So asanteni sana, tunaendelea na mkutano. And she said, 50 years from now, what will you be remembered for? I will be remembered for daring to quit my employment and begin telling the story of the diaspora. Ama namna gani? Simunipige makofi. Prof, you are standing between lunch and us, I know, but tumbo ishaanza kukata, so maybe target, we go for lunch at 15 past the hour. Karibu.
And what is the time now, so that I know how many minutes I have?
You have some...
Prof. So I have enough time,
No, we need 10 minutes for questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Prof is a very good friend of mine. We met during the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms, So we are also in that space. We've tried our level best. It's only that they don't listen to us. Can I have the slides, please? So I'm just going to take you through very quickly, on what the countries that we have in the continent, the 3 countries, are focusing on when it comes to diaspora engagement. One of the challenges that we realize, and if you look at what is happening in India, happening in South Korea, you realize that our focus as a continent and the focus of those countries who have gotten right is completely different. Our focus as a continent, our focus in our African countries is purely on the money that we bring home. Because, that paves way for your money to be, to be stolen, by everybody. It's actually not even the government, it's everybody, unfortunately, including your loved ones, which is quite unfortunate, And they will not appreciate the knowledge that we bring here in this country or here in this continent. They will not appreciate the capacities that we have for a professor from the US to come here and say that I want to work in the university to give the same, share the same experiences, build a community of practice so that we can get our education system to that level. And that is why you realize our systems are very weak. When it comes to the training, the research, and the education systems in this country and in the continent, apart from South Africa, you realize that we are badly off as a country and as a continent. And I was in another conference where I was giving a keynote speak, this international association of science parks. And one Korean asked a question, because when they go back to the 1960s, as you put it, they were very poor. And they sometimes make jokes that the first president gave them a loan of, a loan or aid of $10,000. And I was looking at this screen. Kumbe hata hii imefika, So the question was, what is wrong with our countries in Africa? And then a few weeks ago, I met the Japanese ambassador, and he started complaining, because he talked to me as a Japanese and told me, he is so disappointed by what he sees in this country. Whenever they want to assist the country to get to the next level, we realize that the country is not interested in moving to the next level. He gave me an example and told me that for him to become the ambassador of Kenya, Japanese ambassador to Kenya, he had to compete against 1,352 other candidates. In Kenya, even for a VC, you know what happens? You go compete, but we already know who's going to become the VC, unfortunately. So you waste your time. So the challenge that we have in our continent is the focus on the money that diaspora sends home. We need to move this conversation from the amount of money that we're going to send to Kenya, the $1 billion, to the amount of human capital, you people who are going to come back, work in the systems, get properly remunerated, and give the best to this country. Because, I'm sorry, but you are better than those ones who are born in Makueni, where I come from, in my village, and they have not seen Nairobi. If you have seen the US, then you know better how to put things in place to ensure that we take our country to a better level. And that is one of the things that we want to do at the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. We are one recruiting top-notch professors. We are not looking for Kenyans. We are looking for Kenyans outside Kenya, so that you can bring that experience to Kenya. And we have told the government of Kenya that we must give special remuneration to those professors so that I can move you from the University of Stanford to come and work in Nairobi. If you come here and work for the same 300,000 shillings that they give you, and then they frustrate you along the way, you will not come back. So we want to get that independent. And that is why we moved the university from the Ministry of Education to the Ministry of ICT, so that we have that independence. So we are not anchored at the Ministry of Education. We are a specialized institution that is anchored at the Ministry of ICT. And we are talking to the President to be the Chancellor. We don't want any other Chancellor. So that we also become different from the rest of the universities around. Now, it is you who are going to work with us to ensure that now we turn this conversation of remittances to a conversation of skills, knowledge transfer, technology transfer, using this university that we are creating down there. And let this university be ours, not my, not the government of Kenya's university. So my point here, and because of time, is to sort of move our conversation from what we see in Ghana, for example, that when even in their diaspora policy, they're looking at the amount of money that Ghanaians are going to bring back home. The amount of skills, the amount of knowledge, the human capital that is required by Ghana to move to the next level. They do not see that coming from the diaspora. And the same thing is also with the Rwanda. You see, they're talking about finance first and technology. Although they have a bit of skills, their main focus again is on financial sort of services or resources. And this is a conversation that we really need to look into when we discuss our case here in Kenya. The same thing with Somalia. Although Somalia has a bit of humanitarian support, again, it is about money. It is not about anything else. Wanaleta pesa, wanakuja kusaidia wenye wametolewa where they are, and then hiyo pesa ndio inafanya reconstruction, So there is nothing to do with that is, the exchange and sharing and transfer of skills, knowledge, and technologies. If we do not move this conversation from what you're talking about to proper engagement of the diaspora, by number one, developing targeted policies that are not kept on shelves in Nairobi or in Africa, but ensuring that they are implemented with the support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who actually I think have been doing a very good job in ensuring that the diaspora is properly engaged. Again, providing a platform for bringing together diaspora capacities, for national development, in our countries here in the continent. Also, the guidance that is required with partnerships and all stakeholders, partners and all stakeholders in the development process. This is a framework that will be critical if we are to harness the capacities, and the strengths that we have within our diaspora communities out there. Again, we need to open up for technology transfer, innovations, so that we can sort of move those innovations, bring them here, and develop our own enterprises here in Kenya and in the continent. One of the questions that was asked this morning, I was moderating a VC's Vice Chancellor's Roundtable this morning, and then somebody woke up and said, we always talk about the number of graduates that we train. We never talk about the number of innovations that we produce. If we do not turn that conversation from innovations, from the number of graduates to innovations, then we will always keep on training jobless, young men and women in this country. And they will see issues about the Gen Zs. So the measure, Prof, that we want to see from our universities today is, instead of just publishing a thesis, show us that innovation. Tell us whether it will go up to that patent level. And then let us transform that into an enterprise that will employ that student and create decent jobs to other people. So certainly, of course, diaspora engagement schemes, which are innovative, those are things that we need to put in place. And as I conclude, I think it's important, as I put it here, that for us, even for us now to develop or to come up with homegrown solutions to our local challenges, this team here, the returnees, should be part and parcel of that conversation. And for you to be part and parcel of that conversation, we need to come together, through this daring abroad. Let us sit together come up with a plan, engage the stakeholders, including the government, and tell them that we want to do. If you wait for the government to tell you what they want you to do, they'll never, or you'll never do anything. But if you wake up and say that in my small way, I will do the following. Whether the government says this or that, I must do something. So that, as Dr. said, in 50 years, somebody will remember you for something. To me, that is very important. And it is now us to sit down together and ask ourselves, how can we now take this conversation to the next level? The Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology in Konza, where Jamwada did a very good report 2 days ago, which excited the president of Kenya. And I told you, it is actually the president who saw what you did. Because apparently, as I stand here, very few people know that we have a university in Konza, which is coming up. Then when the president saw that clip, that part, he got excited. And in fact, he even asked for a meeting. So through him, we will have a meeting, to sort of discuss on how to take this to the next level. And we want to provide a platform in that facility in Konza. Come first see what is happening out there. Because when you talk about Konza here, and you're in the US or you're in Nairobi, you think there's nothing that happens there. I think you're also shocked when you came down there and realized that things are happening. We have traffic lights. We have street cameras. We are just waiting for you to come and see so that we can now get started as a city, but also as a university. So I look forward to sort of expanding this conversation with you, and I look forward to us coming up with areas of convergence so that we can work together or walk together in this journey to sort of ensure that we contribute to national development and leave a legacy that 50 years later others will remember us for. Thank you very much. And I think I wish you a good lunch because I know there will be lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Asante, hayo makofi hatoshi. Tumpigie tena. Prof, I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it, but wewe umesema mwenyewe. So go watch that video, by the way. It's moving so fast. It's been trending for about 1.5 weeks. Subscribe to Chams Media TV YouTube. And someone commented, if you want professional documentaries, you better go to Chams Media. So subscribe, and those online, remember, you have a return air ticket to win. So if you are a subscriber to Chams Media TV YouTube, thank you, Prof, for kutupigia debe. You have a chance to win a return air ticket. You just need to comment on something, and Michael will guide us. So the comment that will generate more comments, you just provoke something, then it will count how many comments. But you need to be a subscriber of Chams Media TV YouTube channel. So whether you are here or online, there's a chance for you. And remember to tweet. Our hashtag is Daring Returnees. Daring Returnees. Take a photo, share, and it will contribute to promoting what we are discussing here. We are receiving very encouraging comments saying, Balozi, that this is groundbreaking, and there are many policy issues coming from here. We thank God that we are now talking about people coming back, and we've been really telling people abroad, and people are accusing me. Mimi ndio na promote watu kwenda majuu. Yeah. Now you can see tuna promote pia watu kurudi, kushare their skills and knowledge. So Prof told me, sitaki kusema ni wapi HE aliwachia hii clip, maybe nitakuwa naenda sana. And I was excited about it that he watched, they discussed, and they earned an appointment to see him, and he'll be visiting Konza, Kaist, and I think I'll be there also. So situko influential. Yeah, Rona is asking me, si hata mimi ufanye kitu kunihusu so that the press can see me. Of course, yes, come to us, we partner, tulipe. You see now my price is going up, is it? Yeah, premium, kuja, then hata wewe utakuwa kama a professor. Jipigieni makofi. Wow. So, partner with Chams Media. Ama mjaona? Ama simesikia Prof? Yeah. There's a restaurant in the US, I don't want to go into details, who I featured, and one day that restaurant, the owner, so former President Uhuru Kenyatta walked in, and he asked, how did you know about this restaurant? Alex Chamwada's show. I'm told to recognize Dorothy Atema Asante, watching us from Netherlands. Remember we featured Dorothy in a farm, ng'ombe, Frisian, cows, zile kubwa kubwa, what? Dorothy shared her story. How is it doing farming in Netherlands? She was here recently, launched her book. Asante sana, Dorothy. Joy Zenz in Germany. Joy has been one of our key contacts in Germany when we are going there organizing events. I'll tell you a little more later what she's organizing back home, and this also contributes to this discussion of returnees. Thank you so much, Joy, in Germany. Melody Rijodi in Kakamega, Minority of Lands. Asante for watching. I know there is one preparing to return, 80 years old. He's been in the US for 53 years. He went to the US the year I was born, but I don't know if you will calculate and know how old I am. We'll be speaking to him later. He's preparing to return. You can see it's a rich attendance from all sectors of the economy. We have returnees, Balozis, our guests who are online. We have Balozi Joshua Mugodo watching us from Eldoret. He's in the gas sector. He distributes gas in Eldoret and is a former ambassador, a returnee. Allow me to welcome Michael to just give us a minute of where we are and what we need to know. Then we break for lunch. I know we'll be quite fast for lunch the way we were with the breakfast, but we wanted to shift the questions to the next session so that tukule kwanza. But is there a burning question, just one, before Michael comes? But remember, we'll have afternoon for more questions. Nitaalau moja tu. Kama hakuna basi inaonekana watu wanataka kukula kwanza. Wow, do you know what I like? The attentiveness. Have you had forums where people are walking in or walking out one by one, pretending they're going to make a call? Have you seen? Yeah. You've sat here listening like we are in a class. It's only me who is roaming around, you know why? So you can forgive me. But I love this attentiveness. Na tuendelee hivyo. So this is just the beginning. Tutakula na chakula ni alafu turudi saa 8 tuendelee, and the afternoon you have no idea what we've prepared for you in the afternoon. This is just the beginning. So keep it here, and Michael come guide us. We'll go for lunch, then come back and continue with the proceedings. Tujipigie makofi.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Mr. Chamwada. As he has said, he is very influential, which is very true. How many know that he was recently voted 50 most influential men in Kenya? So, as the young ones say, hiyo si jaba nasema hapa. That is actually legit what he is talking about, so thank you so much. And I am proudly associated, so I am somewhere, maybe 150 most influential. Now that I am there as well. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to break for lunch, but as we mentioned earlier, for those who might not have been there, we have these QR codes, right? On the desk. Everyone, every desk, you're seeing there's a QR code on the desk. Now, this QR code is amazing because why? We want people to be able to celebrate the returnees here in Kenya. And because of that, we are now on the second QR code. Say yay. Now, we want you guys to win, and you stand a chance to win air tickets to fly anywhere you'd want in Kenya, and one that is beyond our borders. Ama yo iko aje? Siko sawa? Round of applause to Safari Link. Round of applause to Jumbo Jet, who have been so gracious to give us this giveaway. Now, what we're going to do, we have 4 tickets that are out there, and people stand a chance to win the tickets. 3 will be given right here in this forum. Siko salama? And 1 will be given to our online viewers who are watching us from wherever they are watching from. So, how are we going to do this? Scan the second QR code. Scan the second QR code right now. You will find very simple questions. Don't pick this one for now. I'm getting to this one. Yeah, you might miss your chance because you, okay, that is awesome. So scan the second QR code. You will find a series of questions, very few. General knowledge. Answer those questions and we will pick the winner from that. The 3 who will be here will get to win using that. Now, for those of us who are online, there is a ticket for you as well. So, what are we going to do? Simply do this. Comment on the live stream. You're tuning in, just comment on the live stream and you will stand a chance to win the ticket. Now, for those who are here and those who are online, for you to win, you also have to subscribe to Charms Media YouTube channel. That is the only catch. So if you're not yet subscribed to Charms Media YouTube channel, if you turn to the back of this with the 3, if you turn to the back, that is how you can subscribe to Charms Media YouTube channel. And that is what we're going to do. So when you come back from lunch, we may have people who will be taking a lovely, lovely trip to a very amazing destination. Isn't that amazing? Okay, that is good. Now, the third link you're seeing there is NCBA Returnees Proposition Survey. The NCBA Returnees Proposition Survey. Now, this is powered by our partner NCBA, and they will just want you to go as well and answer a couple of questions. And once you do that, ladies and gentlemen, there is also a prize for you. So they will select someone who will win a prize once you finish the NCBA Returnees Proposition Survey. And I'm informed the prize is so amazing that you shall not know what the prize is currently. You stand a chance to win something so amazing. So the best thing is try your luck and let's see how it's going to go. Is that okay? That is amazing. And finally, as we go for lunch, this is the final code that you will scan. This is the final code that you will scan. Now, this code is for our sister company, Charms Adventures. How many know Charms Adventures? Raise of hands. How many have heard of Charms Adventures before? Okay. Okay, that is a good question. How many have not heard of Charms Adventures? Okay, interesting. Now, the thing is this. Charms Adventures is our sister company. It's amazing. We take you various places in Kenya and beyond. And frankly speaking, we all know Alex is one of the most traveled, if not the most traveled Kenyan. But I think our president is trying to beat you on that one. So Alex Chamwada is one of the most traveled Kenyans. And if Alex Chamwada uses Charms Adventures to travel beyond borders, doesn't that mean that they're good at their job? So why don't you try Charms Adventures? We have a booth right there. So you'll be able to learn more of the amazing things you can be able to do and achieve through that. And using this code, when you scan it, you'll be able to go and learn more about what we're offering. Now, picture this. One simple thing. You are living abroad. You have not seen your family for years. Now, you give us a call. And at a moment's notice, we arrive at your mom's, your dad's, your aunt's, your uncle's, your child's home, wherever it is there in the country, unawares. And we come and tell them, you know what? Your daughter, your son has come up and wants to treat you. And they come, we pick them, we help them, they get their bags in, they arrive at that scenic, majestic location that people never knew existed in Kenya. And they enjoy the first night, the second night, the third night. Lo and behold, you who have not been seen for 5 years makes a surprise visit right there where they are. Isn't that magical? Now, that is something that we can do as Charms Adventures. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get our phones. Let's talk to our phones. Let's see how it's going. Remember, the hashtag is Daring Returnees. And then when we come back in the afternoon, we'll have an amazing session. And then we shall gift our winners. Is that okay? So, you have been patient. You have been very good. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for each and every one of you for listening attentively. And now I would want to release each and every one of us for lunch. So you will use the exit. And once you get there, there are meal cards that everyone will be given so that they can be able to get a meal. Is that fine? So thank you so much. welcome to the Daring Returnees. So the lunch, what you're going to do is just come out the door. The ushers, the lovely ladies that you're seeing there, will direct you to where lunch is going to be served, right? So you will go outside to your left, and then you'll be guided from there. Is that okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to it. Thank you. DJ, you can give us the song.
I know Michael ameongea, but hatutaki kukula. So the lunch is at the pool area. So you'll get a voucher here, and then you'll be directed to the pool area. You'll move to the right, I think downstairs. For those who've been here, you know where the pool area is. But pick a voucher and go, alafu tujaribu kuharakisha. Asanteni. Let's proceed for lunch.
By Odhiambo Olale. And I'm here with my daughter, who is just saying hi. She's also a returnee from Vancouver, Canada, University of British Columbia, and she's also a writer. She's releasing her second book in the next 2 months. Hello.
Hello. How are you all doing? I hope you enjoyed the lunch. My name is Terry Olale. I am Odhiambo Olale's daughter, and I'm an author as well. I've written Victus, which it was on display. It deals with sustainable development themes. I was at the University of British Columbia in Canada, where I focused on I focused on development studies, and I graduated with sustainable development, focusing on that. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to be here.
Round of applause. Oh, you're addressing your people. Okay.
Thank you, my people.
Your people, they have heard. So let's find out who else is in this room. Who else is in this room? Hello. Say hi.
Hello. Hello, Michael. Good afternoon, everyone. Have you enjoyed the lunch as much as I have? Yeah, thank you. That was a delicious lunch. My name is Irene Njoroge, and I am guessing I'm the only person in the room who can say I am a proud and confident mental health provider. How many other people can say that? Yeah, that is a field that is feared, but I am a champion in that field. I am a returnee from Toronto, Canada. I was there for 20 years, worked in the field as a mental health and addictions nurse practitioner for 16 years. I also specialized in trauma and behavioral medicine, and I provide mental well-being in the area of complex trauma and the things that bother people in life. You don't have to be sick, but we contextualize that life experience to make it meaningful and to help people thrive. I'm a practitioner of positive psychology, and here in Kenya, I launched an organization called CAFRIC International, together with my team who are sitting here with me. And at CAFRIC, we provide end-to-end mental health solutions that are 1, dignified, 2, evidence-based, and solution-focused. We do have an institution, is 30 beds, licensed by Kenya Medical Practitioners, NACADA, and all of those. And we provide care to both men and female clients, including children. You can see us on our socials. CAFRIC International gives us a thumbs up. There's a lot of YouTube videos that we do and webinars, all promoting mental wellness in our communities. My goal is to make sure that we can all talk about mental wellness, because without which, none of us could be here today. And I have another goal to make sure that no one is going to go to a professional provider and say, I want a pro bono service. Why? No one goes to an oncologist to say, I want free cancer treatment. Mental health is such a priority. Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Round of applause. Thank you so much. So much knowledge people are bringing back here in Kenya. Hello, sir. Robert, we have come from far. Say hi to people, man.
Good afternoon. The Chams family, thank you for having me and joining these wonderful people here today. My name's Robert Okubo. I founded the company 200 Degrees Cleaning and Fumigation Services. I started back in the US about 22 years ago. So originally started in DC, Maryland, Virginia. And as I grew older, I felt I wanted to move closer back to home. And I've been back home about 15 years. So those who are trying to come back, I'd encourage you. It's a great place so long as you have a great plan on coming back and you can sustain. Being home is priceless. I'm sure for some of us who've hustled out there, we make all this money we talk about, but the happiness and peace of mind is not the same. When you're back home doing your thing that you enjoy, you're close to your boma, you can have your nyama choma, you can hang out with people you grow up with and stuff, it's priceless. You have people that take care of other things in the homes and stuff that we don't get in the US and stuff. I think we're on the same page, I hope. So I'd encourage you all, again, Chams Media, thank you so much, and let's enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Robert really came in handy in 2020 for us when everything was all about 200 degrees clean, eh? Thank you. So back to Alex. I hear we have someone online.
Yeah, but before I say that, tumesahau kusema Kukubo came and fumigated our office during the COVID period. Yeah, alijifunza kuclean huko majuu na hata huku aka up his game. So kusafisha pia ni job, ni skill. Sama, tumpigie makofi. Yeah, cleaning, you know. Cleaning, and I can tell you this is rich. You know, there's someone in Eldoret, and he's a former balozi. He's called Joshua Mugodo. So he's been following. Na amesema Alex, siwezi kukosa hii. So ameenda kwa shamba, amejoin na anatusikiza. Pia atuambie one or two words. He's a former ambassador, and he's supplying cooking gas. From balozi to supplying cooking gas in Eldoret. Balozi, are you hearing us? Technical guys, can we have his link? And Balozi, as we agreed, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Mutatusame, the thing has just taken its own course. Yeah?
Are you hearing me now?
Tuambie unado. Baada ya kuwa
Are you hearing me right now?
Yes.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I am Joshua Mugodo. I have been in diplomatic service for over 24 years. I am an economist by profession. Apart from serving in the diplomatic service, I served in the in the National Treasury for about 10 years. I came back to Kenya in about 2 years ago in 2022, and I decided that after witnessing a lot of unemployment, in the country, I decided to venture into gas. So I have constructed an LPG plant, and as you can see from behind, we do refill LPG in bulk. We don't sell single cylinders. We have got our own cylinder called Jaws Gas, as you can see from behind. I think these are members of staff. Some of them will start filling as you see. So we refill. We have a big plant. We have a storage tank of 55 tons. That is 55,000 kilograms of gas. So we have big tanks depositing gas into our compound here, and we do refill that gas. Perhaps you can see some of them refilling in the background. The motivation was to create employment. The motivation was to empower people. The motivation was to participate in the government's effort to transit from the use of firewood to the use of gas. And therefore, we not only refill gas, we also participate in the construction of tanks in schools, in hospitals, and so forth. So where I am talking from is in Eldoret, a place called Sogoi. I am sure most of you know a place called Sugoi. is where we are operating from. This is on the way to Eldoret, from Eldoret on the way to Webuye. It is about 22 kilometers from Eldoret town. Our logo is cheap, affordable, and clean energy for all. We are very happy. We are working very well. We have a lot of investment opportunities at Jos Gas, including in transport, including in construction of tanks in schools, in hospitals, and so forth. This is the government effort. So my retirement is full of work. I'm no longer even free. I wake up early in the morning. I come and meet members of staff. I'm the team leader. I'm not the boss. My title is team leader and outreach coordinator. So I'm not the boss here. We are working together as a team. You guys say hi to everybody.
Hi there.
Where is the manager?
Wow.
Say hi to everybody. You are being seen all over the world.
Wow, karibu sana. Asante sana Balozi. Because of time, we'll have to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have
wow.
a great time. I continue following
the
you.
whole world is here, and you are privileged. So go, you have the market. I mean, asante sana Balozi. That's
Thank you
amazing.
very much.
Mpaka mmeona wafanyakazi wake.
Get in touch with me in case of any information you may wish to have.
I will. Asante sana Balozi. Beyond, let's say beyond remittances. Beyond remittances. Economy, skills, and knowledge transfer. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to appreciate Kenya Airways. Because when I began this journey to tell the diaspora story, they were the first partner to believe in it. Wow. Wako hapa. Kenya Airways, just stand. I mean, simameni. Okay. Tuwapigie makofi. Yeah. And get time to visit their stand. It's a long journey, and my first flight here and there, they said, we will take you there. You know, they kept taking us there. They came, launched the New York route. We were part of the entire journey to tell the story. From the meetings that began, I think well over 1 year, documenting step by step, and then we were on that flight to New York, and we've been celebrating every year as they turn another year. Tuwapigie KQ makofi. Michael, quickly, maybe in a minute, just the other sponsors run through, and then we go to the panel discussion. Michael?
Thank you so much. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Chamwada for taking us through that session. Now, this is the Daring Returnees Forum 2024, the first of its kind, and obviously it is just the beginning of the journey. So we would like to appreciate the people who made this possible, beginning with Chams Adventures. Round of applause for Chams Adventures. Round of applause for NCBA. Round of applause for Unity Homes. Round of applause for Front End. Hyso Properties, we see you. Round of applause. Safari Link. Round of applause for Safari Link. Round of applause for Jumbo Jet. Round of applause for Jumbo Jet. Kenya Revenue Authority. Round of applause for them. Phoenix Aviation, round of applause. Pazurina Holiday Homes. Solution Sacco is in the building, round of applause. We have KTB through Magical Kenya, round of applause. And NSSF were here. Kindly, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Now, you guys participated in a gaming aspect. We shall be announcing the winners. We already know who won. Tell your neighbor, do you think I won? And do you think I will take you with me? Now, for those who might not be the lucky 4 who will win these prizes, as well as the 5th person who will win another prize by NCBA, kindly note that Safari Link have an offer for you. Now, if you use promo code CHAMS24, that is CHAMS24, CHAMS24, you will enjoy a 12% discount to any destination that Safari Link flies to, valid until 31st December 2024. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Safari Link. So today it is all about appreciating the returnees. So, Mr. Chamwada, back to you.
Wow. I like saying tujipigie makofi. Tujipigie makofi tena. This is like a TV show, and now mnaona we are scriptless, unscripted. I'm a co-presenter. Yes. I'm told that there's something here that is. There's no backlight here. Remember, okay, we'll move. So, allow me to introduce our panelists. Na bila script, sitaki kwenda nisome what OGW, what hizo zote. I'll summarize as they come here. And we'll begin the slide of Dr. Catherine Nyongesa. Do we have that slide? I think it's cumulative, or rather, it's all one. Let's see. As I said, unscripted, like a TV show. Off the cuff, ad-libbing. Okay. First, Kenya's female radiation oncologist in Kenya. How about that? Tupigie makofi. Co-founder, Texas Cancer Center. Tupigie makofi. And much, much more. She'll tell us a little more about KNH, Kenyatta National Hospital, and what she's doing in terms of mentoring. She's inspired so many. I think she says there are now about 50, if I'm not wrong, radiation oncologists in Kenya. She was trained in South Africa, and her co-founder is her husband. Also, she'll tell us a little more. And this is an inspiring story because he is in charge of pharmacy and administration, while she is in charge of clinical services at the Texas Cancer Center. Tuwapigie makofi. So, Dr. Nyongesa, karibu sana. You are the first, sijui niseme uchague your best seat there. Take your best. Position yourself. Hiyo ndio umependa. Let me have the slide of Balozi Boaz Kidiga Mbaya. I think there are other detailed slides. We'll go into them later, but this is a summary. He served in various stations as Balozi. We couldn't name all of them, but quite across the world. And yes, Executive Director, Center for Policy Analysis, and the former Foreign Affairs, PS Foreign Affairs. Tumpigie makofi. So, Balozi, you are the second one to take the seat. Karibu sana. He's among some of the oldest returnees. I'll show you a slide later. We've tried to do some statistics on age categories of people who've been returning. Let me introduce Mystery. Ako around, Michael?
Yes.
Yes, slide. She'll tell us how her culture shock was coming back with the British accent. And, and she's like, that's who I am. And people are, looking at me differently. We call it culture shock, as you said, reverse culture shock. She's an accomplished 38-year-old content creator, writer, and voice actor, and co-founder of Voice Actors League of Africa. Tumpigie makofi. Karibu sana. Jazz. Tujaze na maneno yako kutoka kule UK. Karibu sana. Ulisema Kiswahili pia umeanza kukijua vizuri sana. Haya. Nimewaachia wajipange tu, sasa hiyo ni democracy. Allow me to welcome Dr. Mbui Wagasha. Let us have his slide. I met him first in Seattle, not Seattle. If you see Seattle, then You know, that's the other culture shock when you go, so you have to say like them, Seattle or Toronto. Yeah. Otherwise, tunajikuta uko kwa mataa. Seattle. I met Dr. Mbui Wagasha during an AGM of Kenya USA Diaspora Circle, and the discussions there were quite informative, and he gave a very good contribution on how we can go beyond remittances. And he's former head of economic affairs, executive office of the president, and actually first former acting chair CBK board in 2011 to 2018, and he's worked with the African Development Bank in Senegal. He's been at the AFDB in Abidjan, not Abidjan, Abidjan, yeah. So, and he's a microeconomist. Karibu sana. Macro. Oh, okay. While I'm getting right in Abidjan, but the other things are macro. Okay, yeah. Karibu sana. Tumpigie makofi. Yeah. Last but not least, we are honored, and this discussion, you won't believe it, has been followed keenly by our PS, State Department for Diaspora Affairs, Madam Rosaline Jogu, and she said, I've sent you a team that will sit with you from morning to evening. Sasa, our chief guest representing Madam was among the first to arrive here. Actually the 5th to arrive here, and she sat here with her team here, and they are taking notes, they are listening, so they'll be part of the discussion for policy issues. Tumkaribishe, slide iko wapi, akikuja, Balozi Helen. Yeah, not that one, none of people alert. Not that one. Tafuta kama iko. As she comes, let's clap for. Yeah, kama iko mtatengeneza haraka as we continue with the discussions. Okay. As I said, unscripted. Mics. Mic and mics, do we have enough? And where is mine? Asante. Join me in applauding our panelists once again. Great. Beyond remittances, as we look for that slide, beyond remittances. That's what we want to discuss. So we've discussed so much about how the diaspora have contributed to the social side of life, paying fees, paying for hospital bills, and some being conned here, there. But how can we go beyond that? I would like to invite Dr. Wagasha to just contextualize from his experience. He's worked abroad, he's been involved in policy issues, and just before we began, he was telling me how many countries have ventured into involving the diaspora to have, those things called bonds, to transform their countries. Beyond remittances, capture for us in just about 5 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, Daktari. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I greet you all, and I wish you a very, very good meeting, because this kind of event is extremely important in highlighting a very important factor in the development of the country. The last time I met Chamwada, we were in Seattle. I was speaking on behalf of the president. I was giving us a keynote address to the diaspora on the importance of diaspora flows, diaspora programs to Kenya. Since then, the growth of remittances is extremely rapid. We are now, as we speak, year on year, Kenya is receiving about 600 billion. Last August, 600 billion Kenya shillings per year. You can calculate that on a daily basis. And the shortcomings we have in Kenya is that we are not able to really move the levers of financial products to be able to tap the potential of these flows. 50% of the, when I was in the Central Bank of Kenya, we studied the problem. We started to study the problem with dramatic results. The flow of diaspora remittances in Kenya, 75% of it goes into the rural areas. 50% of it is used on education, on health, on housing. When we were in Seattle with Chamwada, there were major players in the real estate sector who were able to transact and get Kenyans to invest in the economy. The missing link in Kenya, where we are very far behind the curve, is the take-up of opportunities by commercial banking to intermediate between the diaspora and domestic economic activity. If you ask the NCBA, I've been on these forums now, I think for the 5th or 6th time in NCBA, and they are spearheading. The champion, Mr. Gashora, is himself a diaspora product with global outreach, with global financial expertise. And NCBA has been spearheading the disposition of knowledge about how to create products. The lady, I think, who is representing NCBA in this group, Rona can tell you the amount of business she has transacted across the world by going to annual gatherings of the diaspora annual meetings and transactions that are transacted by NCBA. So they are spearheading something that is left on the table by other banks. And therefore, one of the main arms of opportunities is for commercial banks like NCBA is doing to leverage transactions from diaspora into the economy and intermediating between information on investment opportunities in the main arms that I just spoke about, which are education, health, and housing. Those are the main areas. And she can tell you that there is money on the table which is not yet taken by commercial banks. The key weakness on the other side, on government, is the failure to create a diaspora instrument, like a diaspora bond. A bond is a piece of paper like this, in which you submit to government your investment. You have a rate of return. The rate of return at the moment in Kenya, with the latest borrowing, I think, from the Islamic countries, is about 8.35%. And we borrowed previously at about 10.4%. This doesn't need to be that way. We are borrowing where we have left money on the table. The money the diaspora can develop if you market a proper bond. There as well, I would like to tell Rona, you have a job to do, because you can do the issuance of diaspora bonds, and you can do the marketing of diaspora bonds, you can do the transactions, so that the diaspora is able to, instead of borrowing left and right and having to sell our airport and all these things, you can have the diaspora create wealth for themselves by lending money to Kenya. And if you read about it, you'll find that the diaspora is more than ready. That's what they were telling us in Seattle. But we are behind the curve as the government of Kenya. What have other people done? Addis, across the border, has used diaspora bonds to establish the Renaissance Dam, where we are buying electricity. A big Renaissance Dam, which is for the future, for perpetuity. Egypt borrows with the diaspora bonds. India borrows with the diaspora bonds. We are nowhere in the map. Whereas, in fact, the statistics from CBK that I just mentioned show Kenya is the 5th biggest recipient of diaspora remittances in Africa, behind Egypt, behind Nigeria, behind Morocco. We are number 5. And yet we do not really leverage that money to take advantages to grow the economy or to help people, the diaspora, to invest. The gentleman who appeared on the screen just now, that is his own personal initiative. But we are not funding him. We are not able to create financial instruments to fund him. Thank you. I don't want to take too much time.
Wow.
We'll discuss that much.
What a summary. That's not enough. Tumpigie makofi, Daktari. You've captured it so well. From policy perspective, we are not doing enough. We are number 5 in Africa. They are in Ghana and the like.
Yes.
Wow. So this leads me to our next panelist, Ambassador Boaz Kidigambaya. You are the Executive Director of Institute Policy Analysis. And from policy perspective, picking up from what Dr. has said, what can we do to up that, the remittances?
Yeah, thank you very much. Hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. You seem to be sleepy. You ate too much, isn't it? I think after such an eloquent presentation, it's very difficult to keep up with the pace. But I want to take you back many years so that you see where the diaspora has come from. And perhaps before the lady who is representing the PS diaspora speaks in terms of current policy, I would like to just summarize what used to happen with diaspora, Kenyan diaspora. Until 2002 general elections, the situation was very dire, extremely dire, because most diaspora were running away from this country and they were establishing themselves in foreign countries, taking up citizenship, in fact giving up Kenyan citizenship. What saved the day to a very large extent, and I'm very proud of that moment, is the 2010 Constitution, which granted the possibility to have dual nationality. That helped a number of them to reclaim their Kenyan citizenship, and therefore the inflows you're talking about is as a result of fresh initiatives that they are now making into the inroads in Kenyan economy as of now. The reason why we had that difficult period was because there wasn't a lot of tolerance, political tolerance in this country. And those of us who served as diplomats faced very difficult circumstances. In fact, I remember one day, one of the opposition leaders came to Bonn where I was serving as chancellor. And the ambassador was away, so he asked to see me. And I had to report back to the headquarters to say, so and so would like to see me. It was taboo to meet opposition leaders. Yet they are Kenyans. They are entitled to services. They are entitled as of right because it is you, the taxpayers, who are paying for the uplift of diplomats out there. And yet it was very difficult to deal with Kenyans on the average. So a number of the diaspora were running away from here. And perhaps we lost quite a big opportunity at that particular time. I'm very happy with the new arrangement where the diaspora is now being courted. And you are being courted carefully, articulately, and on purpose. I think diaspora plays a huge part in a country's development. India, for instance, the diaspora is actually literally transforming that country. And today, India is going to challenge China in terms of labor, in terms of manufacturing capacity, in terms of exports, and absorptive capacity of what they are making. They're going to challenge China very, very quickly. You can imagine if we were to do the same thing here. We are a small economy, but we are a very active economy. We are a small economy, but with huge interests in the sub-region. And I think we can play a big part in terms of our diaspora financing manufacturing capacities in Kenya to supply markets in and around our country. That's why the policy of peace and conflict resolution was consolidated to ensure you create markets where we can then have our own industries supplying those countries. And I guess the diaspora will have a very huge say in this matter. How are we going to coordinate the diaspora? I would like to leave that to the representative of the PS because they have the current policies. What I can say is that my own study, and for those of you who don't know, I published a book entitled Kenya's Foreign Policy and Diplomacy. It is the first one and probably the only one in the market at the moment. So you can have a look at it. I have discussed the diaspora issues. I have discussed how difficult it was and how unreliable diaspora would have been at that particular time for Kenya. Now we are quoting them, so there must be policies that are being developed to attract diaspora investment in the country. And the inputs you are talking about in terms of, what did you call them? Returning funds, what do you call that? Remittances should be under a proper coordinated approach and strategy. And I hope the ministry is dealing with that so that we come up with something that will be very useful for the country, useful for those who are sending the money, and also useful for the investment and the economic performance of this country. So from a policy point of view, we need to look at what is it that diaspora can do and what are they able to help us do without relying on strings attached in terms of funding our economic development. If that can be done, Kenya will make very huge strides. I would like to take up a few more points.
Just a quick one, Balozi. So yes. How about at individual level organizations? You've met diaspora associations abroad. People can come together and maybe do something big for their counties. Maybe people from Bungoma, Kwale. Are there policy gaps that are hindering them from doing that? Can't they do maybe something?
Initially, there was no policy, actually, until very recently. The policy projections on diaspora were first muted during the publication of Kenya's foreign policy in 2014. I had started that process when I was a permanent secretary for Foreign Affairs, but we didn't go far because the issues were too many, and we needed a long time to understudy the situation so that we come up with good policies. The point we need to emphasize is this. We didn't have a diaspora policy because it was haphazard. People wanted to help Kenya, but they were running away because of lack of freedom of expression. And therefore, instead of reinvesting in the country, even when they were abroad, they were investing in their countries of adoption. And I think that hurt this country quite a lot. So the policy projection now, and what is now being worked out through the ministry as well as the whole government, is to try and attract that interest back to the country again. And I guess we are probably moving in the right direction in terms of harnessing those resources.
Yeah, thank you, Sana Balozi. And back to Daktari Mbui. There's been this question of the younger generation. I don't know, are they called generation 4 or 5? But I'm talking of born in America, born in the UK, born in Australia, and they have an identity crisis. You know, you tell them, I'm sending money to my brother Kumsaidia. Did he work for it? You know, why is he not working, you know? And they have no connection back home. Probably for some of you, you have a kashamba, you have some land, you left your children, so you are sending money, but they're unlikely to send money. So are we looking at dwindling remittances in future? Because many are coming back, the older generation, they are leaving their children there. Is there a problem?
No, there's absolutely no problem. The growth of diaspora remittances to Kenya have grown every year. I've just told you that the growth in the last 12 months is about 13-14% to 600 billion Kenya shillings. We are borrowing pennies from IMF and all these other fellows, and they give you situations which can be sustained in the country. Whereas you could issue, and that is what I left a legacy of issuance of bonds in the office of the president, and that is what needs to be leveraged in bond issuance by government so that they can finance the public side of economic development. On the commercial side of banking, what Rona has tried to do in different annual meetings of the diaspora annual general assemblies is to interface commercial banking with the diaspora. She did that, and I don't think she was in Seattle, but I think you saw that in Seattle. Seattle has Kenyans. They are not young fellows the way you think. There are Kenyan engineers in Boeing, millionaires. There are Kenyans in Microsoft. They are big people, and there are also people who work on normal 9 to 5 jobs. But these people have money that is looking for a place in the economy. So on the commercial banking side, what you need to do is create financial tools that allow people to send money into their bank accounts in NCBA and give them attractive prime customer service to bring money into their accounts in the NCBA. For private, that's the private sector side. And then, once you do that, on the asset side of the balance sheet, which you are going to grow by increasing the number of the volumes in deposits. On the asset side, you create portfolios. You interface with the housing sector, the education sector. You intermediate with them, give them the confidence and validation of the transactions and borrowings and uses of the funds on the asset side of the balance sheet. So you grow both. You grow customers on the liabilities side, you grow business on the asset side, and you grow the private sector. You grow loans, you grow lending, you grow all these things. At the end of the day, if Gashora and his team are successful, you are ending up with NCBA being really rich and a big bank and a trusted bank for validation of remittances in ways that other banks can do. They don't hold forums like what we are holding today, and you would see the effects immediately. Chamwada, you saw these people I'm talking about in Seattle. Big people in Boeing, Microsoft, or a lady who is the secretary of
very
Microsoft.
Influential Kenyans.
Exactly. So we are behind the curve. That's what India does. That's what Ethiopia does. That's what Egypt does. You do not go begging to people who are charging you 10.3%, etc. You put a caption on your bond price, sometimes even with a patriotic a premium, so you are paying only 3 or 4 or 5% for that money. Thank you.
Asante sana. People have been recommending and saying, the way you are saying, for the younger generation, have a way of tying them, for lack of a better word, back home, probably open an account as they grow and the account grows, and you're telling them, let's go back home and see your cash in this bank and visit this bank or in an asset, so that they grow knowing there is something back home they can go and relate with. So this discussion can go on and on, but allow me now to twist and go to, to humanize this discussion, because we are talking about returnees and their impact back home, and in line with what we are discussing beyond remittances. So beyond sending money, then many of you have come and shared your skills and helped to transform this country. Allow me to give Jazz some 2-3 minutes. We played your story, so your presence has already been felt here, and congratulations for being bold in the creative sector. You are the youngest among these panelists. Yeah, so for you, at 38, how have you gone beyond remittances to give back to your country?
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having me. So I have a love for the entertainment industry, and I've always I didn't think I'd be here. I was like Lupita and I decided to let her go, just. I was like, I'll hold the fort, no problem. You go ahead. I'll just help out at home. But I feel that at the time that I was in the industry, it was in a weird stage where we had the old guards leaving, and then we had the new up-and-coming Kenyans who were taking over from the people who had set up the systems that we now are enjoying at the moment. So there was a bit of a shift from for example, my history is from Capital FM, where we had, the Brits, and do you remember the Capital FM voice? I still have it. And then it kind of changed, and the storytelling became more local, more Africa-centric. And so I found that there was a huge disconnect between what it is that I had been watching, the things that I'd been trained in, and versus what our industry was actually looking for in the direction that it was heading into. So that was a huge mind shift, if you will, because gone are the days when, we were promoting our colonizers, if you will, and foreign markets, and we were trying to build our own and to publish our own. And so the learning curve has been a bit, I guess the industry has kind of been disrupted in a sense, because we don't have the infrastructure that we need to support the demand that we're trying to create. So it's been a bit of an interesting thing to watch how the industry has been metamorphosizing over the years to fit even because we had to also go through the digital migration. We had to keep up with technologies and also the different types of content that is now available to us because of the upcoming technologies that are there. Before, you could only, for anything to see the light of day, you had to be on a TV station. Now, you just need to post it and everyone can see what it is that you're doing. In order to be heard of, you had to have an actual interview. Somebody had to critique your work. We were just speaking with one of there was a critic, a theatre critic, who would actually go and watch plays and write it in the newspaper, and that's how you know whether or not it's good. Right now it's just a thumbs up or a comment section. So I feel with technology opening up our platforms, I feel that it's both a blessing and a curse, because we have everyone and their mother can become a star. Before, it's just, you had to really you had to study, you had to go to an actual school, you had to, get a degree in order to actually get yourself on stage. Now, if you have a phone and internet and a few bundles, you're fine, You could trend within seconds just for falling over. You know, it doesn't take much for you to live your best life as a performer. So I feel that for old school, I guess, artists, it kind of is difficult to cut through all the noise. If you want to become an actual performer, you have to really, really love it, because now trying to make a living from this, it has become more business oriented than it has been about the actual art of storytelling. But having said that, I do believe that Kenya there's a thirst for our stories. There's a thirst for our perspective. There's a thirst for, and a real need for us to be able to tell our stories. And we need the support of people in diaspora, as well as, I feel like, because there isn't much training, that is a huge need and a huge ask, I feel, to come here and actually teach people what it is that we actually do for a living. I feel we have a lot of YouTube group of schools when it comes to how we approach the industry. So that means that there really isn't any quality checks. You know, and a lot of people say, oh, you know, they're cartels. These people don't want me to be seen. No, it's usually because you're not good enough, to be honest.
Yes.
You know, yeah. So I would say that one of the things I would like to impress on my audience here is that we would need a lot of infrastructure policies made behind and to support people who are storytellers, because as we all know, art is the last thing to be supported and the first thing to be chucked out when it comes to money. So, but we're standing strong and we're happy to be here.
Just a quick one. You went to the UK for studies.
I did, yes.
What made you come back? And in just summary, what has been your contribution to that sector, the creative sector?
I came back because two things. One, at the time, the place that I wanted to go to, my parents didn't think that there was any money in art. And so they felt that art is for guys who smoke up and and have dreadlocks at that time. And in my mind, I was like, okay, you know, it was very hard. We didn't have very many examples of people who had been very successful in that area. So I had to come back and prove myself. Another thing, the reason why I actually stayed was, at some point I figured, why struggle abroad when I can struggle at home? So, and it's huge, because being broke abroad as an artist is not fun, and you don't know anyone, not the place to be. So I figured that back home I had a better chance of getting my stories heard than I would abroad. And indeed it was. I felt like I also had a leg up as well, because at the time they were looking for someone like me. They needed more trained actors and radio DJs at the time. So that kind of worked really well in my favor.
So you brought your skills back here.
Absolutely.
Let's congratulate Jazz. Let's clap for Jazz. Well done. Finally, before we go to government and policy issues, real quick again, we've listened to your story. We watched you in the morning, Dr. Catherine Nyongesa, and congratulations for being the first female radiation oncologist in Kenya, and for inspiring many into this field. And you still serve the public sector. I would begin by, giving you a chance to tell us what you are doing in the public sector beyond being a co-founder of a Texas Cancer Center. Catherine?
So, good afternoon. Yeah, and I take this opportunity to thank Alex for the work he's doing, and even just for giving me an opportunity to voice myself on this platform. Otherwise, I was born and raised in Bungoma County, born to teenage parents in a large family of 10, and this gave me, pushed me to see that I must do much more better, being the firstborn, and everyone is looking at you, what are you going to achieve? So I went to public primary schools, public secondary schools, and then University of Nairobi, and then went abroad for my master's. So before I went for my master's degree in radiation oncology, I was working in the public sector. I worked for Kakamega County as an intern, where I treated many patients. And then I came to Kenyatta National Hospital, where I've been working for over 20 years as a public servant, also attending to various patients with different ailments. But mainly I've been working in the cancer unit. And having worked in the cancer unit, you look at, they say things qua ground. So there's a big gap in the care of our patients. We needed more skills. We needed more resources to take care of our patients. And from there is when I got a scholarship through the International Atomic Energy Agency, and one of the demand was that when you go to study, they are sponsoring you, yes, but you must come back and give back to your community. And I committed that I will come back. So I came back, and I've been serving in the public sector, growing through ranks. Currently, I'm the acting medical director, and I appreciate what our government has done for me. It has allowed me to grow. And during my free time is when I go out and try to do a little bit more, because in life you need to multitask. And with that multitasking, that is how the Texas Cancer Center was born.
Okay.
Yeah.
And over 30,000.
Yes, yes. At
30,000.
Texas Cancer Center, we've seen more than 30,000.
Tuwapigie makofi. Yes. I went to record her there, do interview, and in between interview, we are stopped. She has to go see a patient. Tunaendelea go to see a patient, and she's talking about multitasking and even just volunteering to be interviewed that she's working. And then immediately she flew to Bungoma to go see workers in her farm. She's employed over 20.
Yeah, I have, yes, so I just don't stay in Nairobi. We have to go back home, you know, when you leave diaspora, that's one of the beauty things you enjoy back in Kenya, that you're able to go to a village, meet some community people. We also farmers with my husband, so we grow bananas, we have avocados, cattle, and also chicken, being a Luya. Yeah, so.
Asante sana. I'm also a Luya. Thank you. I'll come to your farm for some chicken. Yes, from Vihiga County, Bungoma, Simbali. The university you studied, I got Abidjan well, but I fear pronouncing that. Witwatersrand.
I know. I remember when I reached the airport in Johannesburg, I was telling the taxi man, please take me to University of Witwatersrand. The guy was like, what? Do you want to go to Wits? I said, no. I told you, University of Witwatersrand. So that is where I was. So in Afrikaans, they call it Witwatersrand.
And then in short is Wits.
Yeah, so
it's
Wits.
Tumpige makofi tena. Wow. Amazing story there, and she's not said, but her husband, Dr. Wata, is a former police officer. Propelled himself to go into pharmacy. Hayuko hapa, but maybe anasikiza. Tumpige makofi tena. Went to University of Texas to study pharmacy, and I think that's where the name of their facility came from. On that note, I know we are really pressed for time, and we are picking lessons. You forgive us, ladies and gentlemen. As someone said, this could have been 2 days, so we will really make this real quick. Forgive us, but next time we'll try and make it larger. This is the first ever forum where returnees are sharing their experiences is groundbreaking. And to wind up this panel discussion, I think you gave us quite a bit of policy issues. Balozi Gishuhi, you've listened, and for you is to tell us, so how are these gaps going to be addressed?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again. I will not attempt to go through the presentation I made in the morning because we covered quite a lot of the policy issues of what it is we are doing. But I'm pleased to inform that the State Department for Diaspora is very active on the social media. And that is one place we are saying our story. Everybody is asking, what do we do? So we've decided to take advantage of the social media because we know that a lot of people are on the social media, particularly the diaspora, who are our clients, so to speak. So we are on all social media. Our handle is at diaspora_KE. At diaspora_KE. Please follow us. When it comes to issues of the arts, I know a lot of the second generation and a lot of the youth in the diaspora are really interested in the arts. I am a career civil servant, 8 to 5 every single day of my life. You can imagine my shock when my son told me he wants to be a DJ. He wanted to be a DJ, and we were grooming him to be a diplomat. And he decided that that is not his life. He cannot do 8 to 5. He wants his freedom. He wants to do his thing. So this is something that's close to me as a person, but also close to us because we are trying to also have a conversation with the second, third, and fourth generation diaspora because they are part of us. So, Chams, thank you very much for partnering with the State Department for Diaspora Affairs. The conversation beyond remittances really is timely. And like I said in the morning, this is a conversation probably we should have been able to spearhead, but for one reason or the other, we had not. And so we are so glad to participate and to learn from what is going on because all the things that we have gathered are going to form policies. After having said that, there's been a lot of conversation around remittances. We normally hesitate to start talking about remittances first because as much as, yes, we are interested in the remittances, but there's a lot more to the diaspora than just the remittances. As the State Department for Diaspora and as the Kenya government, we believe that the welfare and the rights of the diaspora come before remittances because they're already remitting. But what are we doing as a government to facilitate, to ease, to make sure that when they're remitting, they are able to do so comfortably? So their welfare and rights, it's prime. It is the main key that if you go away and you're asked, what do we do? If you said welfare and rights, because that encompasses all else that we're going to talk about. It is at the base of our pyramid. It is our bottom, the first of the bottom up. Okay? So what have we done? What are the incentives that we have had for diaspora remittances to be able to harness the diaspora savings? Our mandate actually is to develop incentives for diaspora remittances. I think that's mandate number 7 or so. We have a 9-point mandate, and one of them is to be able to get an incentive framework. I'm pleased to inform you that we already have a policy document that has been developed in consultation with the diaspora. I hope some of you have had a chance to look at it. If not, please feel free to get in touch with us and we will share that document with you and see if we can enrich it further because we believe we are not the alpha and omega of policy making. It is a joint consultative process. So we welcome your conversation, we welcome your opinion, we welcome your points. Having said that, the second one is to harness diaspora savings, foreign direct investments, and technology transfer. Why is this important? This is important for us because as Kenya, we've kept on talking about us being the Silicon Valley of Africa, and we've touted M-Pesa for so long, but somehow we seem to be defeated to partner with our banks to be able to bring down the cost of remittances. In the morning, I said that the East African region has some of the countries with the highest globally, at 27%, the cost of remittances. And this not only discourages the diaspora from remitting, but it is also stifling the interest that the diaspora would have. So as Kenya, we are taking the conversation regionally and globally to be able to stop talking about reducing the cost of remittances and actualize the reduction of the cost of remittances. So this is an ongoing conversation. We have taken it to the EAC. It's ongoing at the EAC. We are taking it to the AU, such that as a region, we are able to speak about it. We know the developed country keeps saying, oh, if the diaspora are allowed to remit so much funds, it's money laundering, etc., etc. But it is hard-earned money. The diaspora work for this money. They should be able to be free to remit it as and when they need to remit it. The other conversation we are having regionally and globally is on the social portability benefits, the social benefits portability. Some of you have worked very hard. You have your pensions stuck in those countries. You have your investments stuck in countries abroad. When you try to bring back to port back your benefits. Say you want to move your pension from the US to NSSF, that's an example, and then you find that it is impossible to do that. Because, why is it? Because a lot of the developed countries use pensions for their development plan. They plan for that money because it's assured money for the next 20, 30 years. So their development blueprint is around the pensions funds that are domiciled in those countries. But we are saying, why are we saying this? We've had the diaspora. We've had conversations with the diaspora where they're saying they're ready to come back home. They're old, they've retired, they've made their money, but they want to be able to port even their health benefits. They want to be able to port their pensions. They want to be able to port their money. Who's going to port their money at 27%? It's impossible. A quarter of your money just inaenda tu hivyo ni kama umekuwa flashed. You know, that's a lot of money. So it's a conversation we are having to ease it for the returnees, to ease it for the other diaspora. It's an ongoing conversation. Now, what are some of the tangible things that the government has? We have the DAO CSD. I'm sure all of you are aware of this. This is an online application where the diaspora can buy securities from wherever they are. For as little as 50,000 Kenya shillings, they can buy securities from the government. On the issue of diaspora bond, yes, our central bank for a long time has been violently opposed to the idea of a diaspora bond. But however, they have now accepted that this is something that can be done, and it is an ongoing conversation. We hope maybe not in the not too distant future, we'll be able to float a diaspora bond. Diaspora associations around the globe have brought themselves round into SACCOs, and some of them have conformed to the SACCO regulations of Kenya. And we are finding that a lot of the diaspora who've organized themselves around SACCOs are able to even take advantage of the investment opportunities even within the counties. Some of the opportunities in the national government are a bit expensive, but when you go to the counties, you have the cottage industry. Say those who are in Nyandarua where they pour milk are able to put together money and put up a cooling plant for milk. They're able to do a potato processing plant. Those who come from the lakeside, some of them are speaking about having a fish processing plant. They're speaking about fish leather. Did you know fish leather is very expensive? It is premium. So some of the diaspora are saying, what if we started a fish leather industry and made use of that fish leather? So that's one. We have a diaspora investment strategy. It is that for government documentation, the current regulation is that all of it has to pass through Parliament. So this is a document that has been submitted to Parliament. As soon as it is approved, we'll be able to launch it and discuss it with you. We've had investment conference centers. We had one in 2013, December, and some of you attended online or in presential. But we've also had a big one in Atlanta. We had a smaller one in France. And we are trying to have, every time His Excellency the President travels, we are trying to have investment conferences around that time, because then it can also have a conversation with the diaspora and hear what the diaspora are saying. And these are part of what forms the policy that we are making, because we are responding and being not just imagining for ourselves, but we are responding to some of the needs that are being put across by the diaspora. one of the conversations, I'm sorry, I'm going to take a bit long, but allow me to talk about the second generation, second, third generation, fourth generation. It seems like we have not been able to communicate. Yes, we have not yet communicated because we are at the formative stage of how to involve them, how to make them appreciate their culture. In this respect, we are partnering with Magical Kenya. Magical Kenya has around 50 homes which have already been designed and ready for that generation to go and to learn about who we are. This is throughout the whole of Kenya. We are also partnering with Konza City. We have the Konza Diaspora Center. The Konza Diaspora Center is envisioned to be like a cultural center where the second and third generation not only can come, but they can have online meetings where they're able to discuss the challenges that they have and the social issues that they have, the mental issues that they have. It is true that some of them don't know who they are. They can't identify as from the country of destination, neither can they identify as Kenyans. And this is a challenge that even, I'm sure Ambassador Mbaya is very familiar with. It is a challenge that even the diplomats' kids have. When you travel with your kids abroad, they are not able to tell that they are Kenyans because they live abroad for so long. And then by the time they come back, they cannot really identify themselves as Kenyans. So this is an area that we are developing. I've had a couple of people proposing to work with us. I am very excited. Please, you're welcome. If you have any ideas on how we can work together to have the second, third, fourth generation diaspora identify as Kenyans. What activities can we have? What can we do to make them feel like they are Kenyans? What can we do to make them want to come home? Some of them don't even want to come home because of the potholes, etc., etc. But it's an experience all by itself. Can you imagine being rattled in the matatu? It's an experience. I remember when I went on my first posting, I had really missed the matatu rides. And the first day I went on the matatu ride, it was the worst matatu ride ever. And it healed me of that desire. So it is an experience all and by of itself. On the have apps that allow the diaspora to remit, I agree. The banks have not really, they have tried, but not to the extent that we expected them to go out all gung-ho and aggressive, to have apps which can allow the diaspora to remit money at the recommended United Nations cost of 3%. Right now, we are at 6.7% as Kenya, but we are really happy to bring it down to 6%, 3%. So we are challenging the banks because this is not something we can do, but we can assist them if there are areas in which they need policy formulation for them to be able to have apps that can actually have the diaspora not only remit at 3% or less, but also to be able to remit a substantial amount of money. Not $1,000 and then you're blocked for the rest of the week, but to be able to remit that substantial amount. I think I've talked about the social benefits portability. Last but not least, we are launching our diaspora strategy. This is a very important document that's going to lead us for the next 3 years. It was also developed consultatively. It's on Monday morning, 11 o'clock at the Kenya School of Government. Please, we warmly welcome you such that we walk together on this journey. Thank you very much.
Wow, wow, wow. Makofi kwa balozi. Makofi hatoshi, makofi tena. I think you've killed it. I mean, you asked for policy issues. I mean, that is quite clear, and you are very good at note taking. Very good. Now, Professor Mwenja, is raring to go with a question. I'll allow only 2 questions, and I'll explain why. Professor, maybe Mike, can we have a microphone for Prof?
Oh, let me take one.
Yeah. Real quick.
Yeah, very quickly. I just want to comment on what Dr. Agasha and my sister Jazz said. 2 things. We are looking at the hard capital. There is also the soft capital that we haven't talked about, which is not worth 600 billion, is worth trillions. and all these brains that you see here are worth trillions. So as we worry about the money that's coming, we should be worrying about the ideas that are coming back that are worth trillions for this country. And I think that's what the wealth of this country is. And that's why they say the richest plot on earth is the cemetery. The car that was never built, the book that was never written, the business that was never started, because they were not abled. So we need to really start talking about the soft capital, so that as we come, and the banks, if the banks are here, the things that I'll be challenging them with is we need to stop funding equity. We start funding ideas. And that's where, when I see, where is it? Front end, I think they're here. The issue of funding, because ideas are risky. We have access to FEDB and all these other, we have friends, and also going back to government in terms of policies and all that. We have friends who can be able to provide money that is cheaper and longer term, and we have a risk appetite. There are a lot of ideas we can be able to develop. And these guys coming from the other countries, they have so many ideas that are worth trillions of shillings. That we can be able to do. Now, on the hard capital, I do agree in the terms of the interface with the commercial banking, provide that interface with the diaspora returnees. The other one now is on the portfolios that Dr. talked about, that the banks can do. Our people invest a lot in real estate. The problem is, it's a very disorganized space. If we organize that space into REITs that can be able to generate revenues, as you build your building, but you can have different partners that come together. We have a REIT. The same thing that we told the president. I remember the president came to me. I'm in the pension fund. I chair the central bank pension fund. And I remember when the president came to make the pitch for us to fund the housing. We simply told him, Mr. President, it's nice, we'd like to help. But first of all, we don't trust government. And we don't trust government because these are pensioners' money. We can't put it there if we don't know that that money is not going to be eaten or lost or whatever it is. But if you develop a REIT, then we can be able to look at that and see whether we can put money in a REIT. And I think diasporas, if they have a portfolio where it has several REITs of several properties and all that can be put together, they invest in that REIT. And that REIT will bring them revenues as the way to do other things as well. Very quickly, let me go back to my sister here. I'm a very strong supporter of creative. I lived in California for 15 years. So, and I have friends who are in the Screenwriters Guild. So creative arts, creative economy is very, very, very dear to me. I have friends who are in the same space. Now, the issue we have here is the definition of creative industry in this country is very restrictive. And when we had the UNACTAD conference here a few years ago, I was in the panel for creative economy. And if you look at the description of creative economy in this country versus others, even like Dubai, ours is very restrictive. If you restrict the number of activities that are within the creative economy, you also restrict the amount of funding that is possibly going to come into the creative economy. So we need to expand that, and probably Balozi is there when you're looking at this, because these are things that are coming from outside. We have all these creatives, but we need to include them in the definition of the creative industry. We expand that so that when they start looking for money, we are looking now for money to support them wholesomely as a creative space. Now, the other one that we have that I wanted to say, lack of training is one of the things. If you look at local scripts, sometimes you want to cry. And you can tell if, okay, and that's a problem. The training in terms of script writing is extremely important, and therefore, our people do not have loyalty to the local content, because the local content sometimes is so shallow in the script writing that you really cannot follow the story. So when you guys go out there and you look for that help, then there's a fragmentation in the industry. I know we have the Screenwriters Guild here in this country. We need to connect you guys with the Screenwriters Guild in LA. I have friends there. We can actually probably see whether we can do that, so that we can improve the quality of our scripts, such that I can sit down and I can enjoy a drama, the same thing I would enjoy a drama that is written by someone in Namibia or somewhere else in another country. That's one. Then the other one, and I think Daktari talked about the savannah, the digital whatever, the Silicon Savannah. Now, the most creative generation we have in this country is the Kibaki generation. Those are the guys that are writing our apps as we speak. Those guys in their 20s and 30s, because the national psyche that was created during Kibaki's time was on creativity and having to create something of value. We need to get that generation and expose them to as much front-end funding as possible.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay. Great.
And
so
I'll stop there.
Yeah, so great. Let's clap for his contribution. Like a TV show, you begin at 9 or 10 a.m. and at 11 a.m. We have to end at some point. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll really forgive us because there's a function coming here after us. We've tried, we've learned our lessons, and we can't open for discussion again. I think we've listened. You can throw your questions to the panelists. We know how to get them. Next time we'll make it a little more, give more space to question and answer. But the good thing, many of you have already contributed your experiences. And Balozi is saying she's taken note, Professor, and on policy issues, we are good. Wow. Oh my goodness. What's the time? I didn't carry. 4 o'clock. Really, we need to wind up. It should be 30 seconds, Balozi. I'm the coordinator here. 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. I think there's something that our sister did not talk about. The enablers. I belong to a group of enablers. Those who are sent out as diplomats. And when they come back, sometimes they don't know. She talked about it in terms of the split in families and all those things. But generally, there is very little opportunity for the enablers to come and invest in this country. And I think the policy direction should work towards finding that answer.
Okay, enablers, take a note. Final. 30 seconds.
Yes,
he took 30 seconds. You're 30 seconds.
I just wanted to put it out there. If you're looking for people to partner with, we have the Voice Actors League of Africa, who can come and help tell stories that are Kenyan. One of the things that I feel that diaspora is really lacking is seeing themselves and hearing stories and seeing how amazing we can be here. And so I would pose it to you to maybe come and talk to us, the creatives, and commission stories that we can then support your bid to get the different generations excited about being Kenyan and coming back home.
Great. You can partner with Akina Jazz. Daktari Nyongesa, your parting shot in 30 seconds.
Yeah, so for me, I think what I learned when I was out there is the work ethics. And that's what also we need to bring back home to encourage our people, the way they work. When you go to US, you find people work hard. So that is the same skill that we need to bring back home, encourage our youth that they need to brand themselves very well, position themselves very well for this market, for this economy, so that people can invest in them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Balozi, Boaz, Maya, you've spoken, so your parting shot, Dr. Mbui.
Quickly, just to respond to my CBK colleague. The world is looking for Africa's content, creatives. The world is busy looking for content, and it is there. It needs to be supported. I support you. Thank you.
Okay, wow, those are 20 seconds. Balozi.
On the diaspora stories, the diaspora haven't heard themselves, diaspora haven't seen themselves. We heard this from the diaspora, and we have launched a diaspora award. The first inaugural edition will be in December. We are just sending out the calls for nominations from the diaspora, for the diaspora. So we are not going to participate in the nominations. It will be the diaspora choosing who they want to be awarded. We have 14 different categories, and we are hoping that it will be successful. On that note, we are looking for sponsors for awards. So if your organization has some goodies which you want to be given out, please partner with us such that we are able to have a memorable Diaspora Award this December. Thank you.
Okay. On that note, allow me to congratulate our panelists for a very incisive discussion. Tuwapigie makofi. They are amazing, amazing, and quite rich with very many policy issues being discussed here. So as we step down, I'll be introducing the next segment. And Asanteni sana. I think photos have already been taken. We'll capture these photos. Unless, Edison, would you want us to stand, or that can come later? Yeah, okay. Tusimame. Tupigieni makofi jameni. Tuseme cheers. Cheers. Again. Returnees. Cheers. Okay. That one. Asanteni sana. There is a... Tuwapigie makofi. Great. We have a final session, presentations from our partner sponsors, very important. We are here because of them. And again, Michael will manage that segment real quick. If we have some spare minutes at the end, we'll invite questions and answers. I know there'll be some tea break at some point, but we really need to go through this real quick. Back to my co-presenter, Michael. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chamwada. A round of applause for Mr. Chamwada and the panelists who've been able to share insights. That was quite encouraging. Ambassador, I think I need a master class from your child to know how to break news in a very subtle way. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, do you remember I said I'm going to be gifting people something? Are you ready for it? No, you don't sound ready. Are you ready for it? Okay, so remember, for those who have just arrived, we were giving away tickets. We have 4 tickets to various destinations in Kenya and 1 ticket that is beyond Kenya, as well as secret gifts that are coming to us from our partner NCBA. So right now, allow me to gift the winner, the third, who came in number 3, who participated in the competition. And I would invite our partners, Jumbo Jet. Jumbo Jet, can you come to the front? Round of applause for Jumbo Jet as they make their way quickly to the front. Yes, I believe we're good now. So, the person who has won a free air ticket to any destination in any local destination. Right. Now, autamuuliza anything. Any. Is none other than Mr. Laban Tanui. Mr. Laban Tanui. Another round of applause for Mr. Laban Tanui from Unity Homes. Congratulations. Can you showcase that? Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Great, 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 great. We told you, we are giving you free things here. Free things here. And now, next up is the NCBA winner, one of the NCBA winners who's been able to participate in filling in the information. And I'm going to invite Ms. Mercy Kagwiria. Yes, round of applause for Ms. Mercy Kagwiria, who is going to gift our winner. And the person is none other than Estom Ndekere. Estom Ndekere. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations on your winning. Looking lovely. If you feel like it, kindly you'll share with us what it is, right? But we will see. You want to drop it? Dollars. Okay, that's nice. Now, Safari Link, can you come to the front? We're about to give to the person who has won through Safari Link a ticket to any local destination by Safari Link. Thank you. Now, this is a ticket to any local destination you fly to, right? The winner is none other than Hazel Gashoka. I'm seeing a pattern of this line. I don't know if internet. Okay, you can move this side. Just move this side. Guys, can you kindly move? I don't know what it is about that, but we shall see. Congratulations. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our winners. We shall be back with more winners shortly, so there's still hope. Tell your neighbor there's still hope. Tell your neighbor there is still hope. Do not worry. We shall fly together. Awesome. Now we're entering into a quick session, ladies and gentlemen, about some of our exhibitors and presenters and sponsors for today. And they're going to come and just share with us more about their business. So be attentive and listen to them. And we shall do this as fast as possible so that we can move on and end in good time. So first of all, allow me to invite one very important individual, and the reason why we're here. Ladies and gentlemen, give us a lovely hand clap for none other than the director of Charms Adventures, Mrs. Caroline Chamwada. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You can do better than that. I'm sure we know how Mr. Chamwada sounds, so let's hear how Mrs. Chamwada sounds, right? Okay, welcome.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon. Guest of honor, Ambassador Helen, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think I want to say much. I just think I'm overjoyed with everything that's taking place. And I'm saying this because I know Michael will not give me another chance to say, so I'm taking this opportunity to thank you and welcoming you at the same time. Karibuni sana. As he has said, my name is Caroline Chamwada. I am the one managing Charms Adventures. And one of the things that I would like to say, which I think all of us are going to be able to take that trend, just take 3 minutes to tell us about our businesses very quickly, and then we move on. So please, somebody time me. Let me not go beyond 3 minutes. Okay, so Charms Adventures, we are at the corner there, is being manned by our operations manager, Joshua. It's a tour and operations company, started in 2020. We do travel, we do ticketing, we do car hire, we do events. One of our largest events that we did was for Africa Logistics Network, last year in October for about 200 people. And yeah, this event, you being here today, it is actually us who's organized this. So that's part of what we do. And our travel, our safaris are both local and international. And so we are looking, we've been actually outside there traveling with the Charms Media in the international forums. And we are also telling you that when you're outside there, please think about coming back home and just seeing and feeling and experiencing the beauty of Kenya. Because I know most of us, that is what we lack there. I've traveled a bit, and I know there's much more that we can experience here and love than what we get there. So any moment you have a vacation and you are coming back home, we are saying that you need to reach out to us, and we will give you a very good experience with your families back here. We are on all the social media channels. You can be able to reach us. I think there was the QR code with which you can be able to reach our website. Please feel free to reach out. Before you walk out, you can also just check with Joshua at the desk there and see what we have. And please, December is also coming. Yeah, time for vacation. So feel free and reach out, especially for the local tours that we are going to have. With that, I'm not going to take much more time because I want to give time to the other exhibitors who are seated there, and I want each of us to be able to share their business experiences with us. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you. Another round of applause for Mrs. Chamwada. Truly, eloquence is in the family, right? She commanded the room. Right, that is so. We thank you. And now the winners who have won local flights. Chams Adventures. Let them book your stay, right? Awesome. So right now, I'm just going to invite none other than the Executive Director of Unity Homes, Mr. John Latham, who's an engineer by profession with almost 20 years of experience in big construction projects in Kenya and parts of Africa. Now, Unity was founded in 2014 and is an award-winning company and turns 10 this year. So welcome to the club. So you have walked this journey with us, and we're pleased to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Latham.
Asante sana. Yeah, so look, this whole sort of theme of daring abroad and returning to Kenya is very close to my heart because I'm also an immigrant. Yeah, I just immigrated in the other direction. It's true. I remember my mother was not happy at the time. Somebody was talking about their son being a DJ. When I told my parents I was going to go to Kenya, they were afraid. And so that was 20 years ago. And last year I became a Kenyan citizen. Yeah. And I think when you were talking about the soft side being more important than the capital, I didn't come to Kenya with capital. I came with debt, actually. I had a student loan, which took me a few years to pay off. And 10 years ago, I founded Unity Homes. And in that 10 years, we've built 1,200 houses to date. Yeah? Thank you. Yeah. So what we do at Unity Homes is we focus on investment-grade housing. Yeah? And what we've found is actually through just word of mouth in the diaspora has become a major part of our customer base. Because I think there's a lot being talked up on this stage about the diaspora looking for high-quality investment in Kenya. So that's really what we do. I think we've got a short video to play. Am I right? Yes. Is it going to technically happen? 50-50. Okay. No, here we are. Thank you. Thank you for that. I thought it was 50-50 whether you get to see it. But look, I think there's one message which I'd like to get out to everybody, where there's an extremely big opportunity at the moment. The Kenyan government has partnered with the World Bank to form the KMRC. That's the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. And if anybody in the room doesn't know what that is, they should. Because what that means is at the moment, Kenyans, both in the diaspora and here in Kenya, can access a 9.5% fixed rate mortgage to buy houses. It's extraordinarily cheap money. I think there was a macroeconomist here. I'm sure if you talk to him, he'll tell you that is heavily subsidized finance. And that really is a wonderful opportunity to take advantage of. At the moment, you can own a one-bedroom apartment with us for the amount of money you have to top up a month after you're taking rent is as low as 15,000 shillings a month. And if you want a two-bedroom, that's about 30,000 shillings in order to build what are high-quality pensionable assets. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to invite Laban and Noaz, our two sales agents, up here just so you can see them. And before you leave, I would highly recommend you talk to them about this opportunity. And come and see our houses. I saw you saw this short video. I promise our houses are better than the video. The video looks good, but I promise you, if you come and see what we do, you will be amazed. So I would ask that. We've got Laban and Noaz. So please don't hesitate to talk to them, or come and see me. We'll be around till the end of the event. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Kindly let's appreciate Unity Homes as well. Thank you, John, for that. Now, moving on swiftly, allow me to invite the Deputy Director, Consumer Banking at NCBA, Ms. Mercy Kagweria. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mike. Good afternoon. Ambassador Helen, Chams. We call him Chams. All protocols observed. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Very quickly, I'm going to say why as NCBA. My boss was here in the morning, so I'm just here to complete the cycle. And I'm going to say why NCBA is here this afternoon. My name is Mercy Kagweria. I head a business unit called Consumer Banking. It's what takes care of diaspora banking. I know a lot of you have heard about Rona. Rona, please, Rona, just stand up. That's part of my team. So that's Rona. She's called Miss Diaspora. In other words, we've got the head of customer experience. She's here to make sure that you're all happy. Rehab, that's the head of customer experience in NCBA. And we've got other colleagues. We've got relationship team seated there. We've got Mercy, who's also a senior manager within customer experience. And we've also got our head of SME, because there's a lot of conversations I've had around how do we support SMEs? And we've got Susan Dungu. I'm already getting concerned. We might be accused of not having gender balance. He was just going to say that. And then we've got the relationship team at the corner there, senior relationship managers that take care of diaspora customers and so on, remittance managers, because we are big on remittances. And therefore, very briefly, please allow me to say, as NCBA, how intentional we are about diaspora customers. This year only, we've gone to 3 different parts of the world to reach out to our customers who are in the diaspora, Kenyans, potential customers. We've been to the States, 8 states in the US as NCBA on the ground, okay? We've been to the Gulf, 3 countries. I had my inaugural visit to Saudi, and I had the culture shock. Professor Mwenja was talking about reverse culture shock. As a Christian lady, I had a serious culture shock in Riyadh, Saudi. And we've been to Qatar, we've been to Dubai. We've also been to Australia, and we've done 3 cities in Australia. I just thought I need to start there so that you can know how serious we are with diaspora. We're very intentional about reaching out to customers in the diaspora. Our solutions speak to it. Our partnerships speak to it. Tyras, who heads retail business and who happens to be my boss, was here earlier talking about how we view diaspora as a customer. So let me say this. Our strategy revolves around looking at diasporian. Okay, I know it's not an English word. Diasporian, not as an event, not as an occurrence, but as a journey. Okay? So first of all, you're transitioning to the diaspora, and therefore you're new to the diaspora. And what then we have done as NCBA is craft partnerships and solutions that speak to your need as you transition to the diaspora. And therefore, State Department for Diaspora Affairs become then our key partner. We're speaking to the Global Labor Migration Strategy. We're also speaking to a lot of recruitment agents, both locally and foreign-based. And therefore, we're also financing relocation as part of our strategy. And therefore, that's when you're moving to diaspora. And then when you're in the diaspora, which is the second phase of the journey or of the cycle, then we're speaking to remittances. I know the strategy we are discussing today talks about beyond remittances, but remittances is really at the core of it, isn't it? And Balozi Helen spoke to that. So what are we doing as NCBA? We are introducing a very innovative e-commerce platform that goes beyond remittances, okay? We are providing a unified solution for seamless transactions, whether it is savings, investments, or insurance product. And I know that's a challenge that has been thrown here by a couple of speakers. The platform that we are just about to launch as NCBA also has got very unique features around digital onboarding. How do we make it easy for a customer to onboard to NCBA? It's got market linkages. We want you to be able to align and have conversations and have a transaction going with Unity Homes, as an example, through your bank. And that's what market linkages are about. Incentive programs, investment solutions, and the list goes on and on. But let me also quickly speak to, so you're in the diaspora, you're remitting, what else can we do for you as NCBA? We've got, and this, again, let me speak to a lot of people who are out there, who are diaspora customers, who are not necessarily here. They probably logged in online. We've got something we call Easy Build, okay? And what then we have done is partnered with a lot of technical experts. Those are lawyers, contractors, quantity surveyors, name them, everybody involved in the chain of real estate. We've created consortiums that we can be able to support you as a customer who's based in Australia or Canada and be able to create a real estate investment for you back home. And because trust is a big issue in the diaspora, I'm sure you can trust your bank, right? And therefore, we call it Easy Build. Rona and team will tell you we've handed over keys to our diaspora customers who've never seen that building physically. Okay? I had stories of being conned, like I said, I've been around UK and so on, and I've had very horror stories about what this guy did to me, what my relative did, what my friend did, and so on. So as NCBA, we are there to bridge that gap and make sure that we can create a property using our partnerships without you necessarily being on the ground. Lastly, then, we complete the cycle by saying most of the people that we meet there, and I'm sure it's the reason we're having the forum today, wish to come back home. And therefore, we are calling you returnees. And therefore, when Chamoda, I heard you're having a returnees forum, I said, who stole whose strategy? Okay, because that was really at the core of our strategy as a cycle. And we say, then how do we meet the needs of a diaspora customer who wants to reintegrate back and continue to contribute to the economy of the country? How do we make sure that we can help you settle back. I heard about all the stages of reverse culture shocks and so on. How do we make sure that we support your needs, all right? We've got SME, like I said, Susan is here. If you want to set up your business, as an example, how do we support you as NCBA back home? Asset finance, I don't know, as I close, because I know my time is very limited. I don't know whether you know this, but on the Kenyan roads, let me use the famous words of Mr. John Gashora, who happens to be our fearless leader and GMD. He keeps saying, when you drive on Kenyan roads and there are 5 cars, please note, 2 of those cars have been financed by NCBA, because we are the ultimate leaders in asset finance. So whether you want to set up a logistics business, whether you want to finance your medical equipment and so on and so forth, all those are assets that can be financed by NCBA. As I close, ladies and gentlemen, I have also heard about areas that we can collaborate better, that we can explore. I've heard about second generation Kenyans. I have personally met them, especially in the United States, as we did our diaspora tours. I've heard about the trust funds. I think Mr. Kunga is very passionate about it, because we had a conversation over tea, and I was telling him banks and commercial and financial institutions need to actually bridge that gap, not necessarily the government. I've heard about diaspora bonds. I mean, those are all solutions that we're ready to partner with, to partner in creating and developing as a bank. Partnerships, and more partnerships. As you settle back as a returnee and welcome back home, please make sure that you talk to as many as you can, whether it's a bank, whether it's a real estate company, whether it's your fellow returnee, and see how do you collaborate to make your life easier? How do you collaborate to grow your business? How do you exchange ideas? And I believe that's the essence of knowledge transfers and skills back home. So we're really looking forward to many of these forums. This is one among the many, and let's go for it, as NCBA says. Asanteni sana.
Lovely jingle. Thank you so much. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, sorry, I'm being told there's a video. Yes, go for it. Another round of applause for NCBA. We appreciate all they've been able to do. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are a media company, and you know, with a media company, with this breaking news. So we'd just like to come through and have some breaking news. This is the day of returnees, so allow me to invite Mrs. Chamwada to come back as a returnee on stage for just 1 minute of additional information. Is that okay? Welcome. Round of applause for Mrs. Chamwada as she returns here.
That's a new one, Michael. I've now become a returnee. You only get a second chance if you're an organizer, so that's why I'm getting that second chance. There's just one thing that I forgot to say, and I think it's because I was trying to meet my 3 minutes. But then again, because I behaved well, that's why he's given me that opportunity. Early in the morning when I came in and sat there, I got a message from a good friend of mine, an officer in the Ministry of Tourism. He's called Kasati, and I just want to read for you the message because I felt it would not be right for me to go without reading it. Traveling is like therapy. Every experience is more relaxing than the previous one. You get to meet new people, see new things, and eat new food. Traveling is the most largest book. You can't exhaust it. No one has ever finished traveling the world, and no one will. But those who have tried to travel more than others end up being better than the rest. You can't sit in your village and brag about how you know places. You remain a village hero if you don't travel. If you want to be better than you are today, travel more. If you think traveling is expensive, imagine exiting this world forever without ever leaving your village, country, or continent. When I read this message, I felt as if he had written the script for me, but because I love talking, I decided to prepare my own script. This was all to say Happy World Tourism Day, which is today, incidentally, and I'm sure KTV, Magical Kenya, who are here, will attribute to that. So, guys, Happy World Tourism Day.
I'm sure that was good. Oh, okay. Interesting. I will mention that as well. So, round of applause for Mrs. Chamwada for that. And now that she has reminded some of us that it is World Tourism Day, allow me to invite none other than the Deputy Marketing Director for North America in Magical Kenya from Kenya Tourism Board, Irene Gatumo. Round of applause.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Are we awake? Yes. Are we awake? Yes. Aha. I think I am coming at a time when we've heard about very heavy stories of policies, of what needs to be done. But I come here on a different front. Ngogi, you could run the video, the first one. It's not projecting you.
This is the real deal. 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 This is the real deal.
That is Kenya. So don't think that is South Africa. Don't think that is Dubai. That is Kenya. And I would like to know, by a show of hand, you know, I know we come back and relax and we just in Nairobi all the time. How many people this year have been to Mombasa? This year. How many people have been to Masai Mara? This year. Okay. How many people have been to Western, Kisumu? How many people have been to Machakos and Makueni? Aha. How many people have been to Kiambu? And how many people have been to Nairobi? Okay. So why am I asking this question? I had a presentation, but I'm not going to make the presentation. I think the video is enough. That is Kenya. You can imagine all these things that we have, and many people don't understand what we do. So our work is to market Kenya. You know, the way you have companies marketing yourselves, we have a very, very big mandate. We market Kenya. And so for me, I market Kenya to the North Americans. And this congregation was really resonating with me because we have so many diasporians here. And we are very keen to make sure that when you come back, don't listen to the portals and the many things. Look at what we have. So we cannot be whining all through and saying things are not working. Things are working in their own way. So take time, relax, and go see Kenya. This is the second video and the final one. I am usually a very good timekeeper. Please play the last one, Gogi. Ngugi, we are waiting for the last video. Sometimes the systems fail us. Oh, it's here. Oh, I think it's trying to trace it. Get to the last page. Oh, that one.
Yes, speaking of tourism, those of us who fly, and since majority of you are returnees here, I'm sure you're very familiar with turbulence. So in the journey, as we finalize, we're experiencing a bit of turbulence, but definitely we shall arrive safely, because your captain has you with years of experience, right? So we'll begin shortly. We're just tracing it, and then we shall move on to our scheduled programming. Is that fine?
Don't worry, it was just showing again about Kenya, the many things that we have to see in Kenya. As you tell your friends to come and tour Kenya, we have 9 circuits in Kenya. Most of us know just about Mombasa and Masai Mara and a bit of Amboseli. We have Western, we have Central. I will make sure next time, because I know we will have a second anniversary of the returnees. I will make sure that I get more time. At least that one I've requested as early as now, 1 year before, so that I can take you through all the circuits, so that you know in Machakos, there's a whole lot of things to do. In Central, in Northern, in Southern. How many people have been to Samburu? Oh, wow. You're doing very well. You are doing very well. If that number has been to Samburu, now what we need to do, all the people who have come back, I know you have a network of at least 5 people or 10 people. Please tell them about Kenya. And I am here. I will be banking on you to give me more referrals. I have very huge targets for that market. So I'm around here, and I'll need your referrals. And especially for your networks in diaspora, I am going to be meeting most of you, because I know I've met a number of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was well put. Now we know. And in the words of our local scholars, usijali tuta revenge next year. Sindio? Now allow me to introduce our next speaker, who is Njeri Muhia, a returnee herself, who is General Partner at Front End Ventures, one of Kenya's leading and homegrown venture capitalist funds. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Njeri Muhia.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Hi, so this is a really big full circle moment for me, as the reason I came to, I don't have my slides up, but the reason Front End Ventures was created was that when I was living and working in London as a member of the diaspora, I was feeling a little bit of brain drain guilt, which has been discussed here today. And I was like, how can I participate back home? And I didn't necessarily want to invest in land and real estate because of the unfortunate scams a few of my friends and colleagues had fallen to. So I started working with startups who were based in Kenya, doing amazing work. And I was like, why does the diaspora not know about this work? And so what started as a personal interest snowballed into me looking to essentially be an investment facilitator between the diaspora and these homegrown opportunities. Fast forward a few years, we're here, Front End Ventures. We're a $6 million fund that is investing in local founders and women founders. Our first $1 million that we raised was exclusively raised from local capital. i.e., local individuals who understood the need to participate in nation building as they're making a return. From that $1 million, we've invested in 10 companies. Those 10 companies have essentially done 12 billion shillings in sales, are serving 2.5 million users, and have created hundreds of jobs, 88% of which are youth. Now, when you think about that, the true impact of investing in a sector that, yes, returns your capital, but really spurs the growth of our economy, I think this is a really important time, and I'm really inspired to see how many people here are looking to actively participate beyond remittances. Now, what has recently happened is that the MasterCard Foundation has invested in us through their fund of funds, and through that investment, they're looking to further promote local capital and de-risk that position so that you can even feel more secure in participating in this space. So I'm here, and my colleague Kevin, there he is somewhere in the back, happy and ready to speak to you about venturing into the early stage tech ecosystem, and hopefully you will join us on the journey so that M-Pesa is not the only tech story we tell as Kenyans, but in 10 years we're going to have a Rolodex of examples to refer to. So thank you so much, and I think I was good on time.
That was exceptional. Now, we want to cross over to Diani and have a beautiful time there. So allow me to introduce Marlene Njuguna from Pazurina Holiday Homes. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Marlene.
Good evening. All protocols observed. I would like to introduce myself once again. This is Marlene Njuguna from Pazurina Holiday Homes. And before I go into deep details, I would like us to have the small video possible. Yeah, so as they get the video, so who is Pazurina? Pazurina is a real estate company majoring in Diani. Diani, as you know well, is the most after-sought destination in the coastal area. Most people, when they go to coast, they love to go to Diani mostly. Why? The clean beaches. Everyone can attest to this. We have very clean beaches there. Secondly, the weather. If you compare Diani with North Coast, Diani is a bit cooler, and the forest there, the vegetation, the air is a bit cooler than in Mombasa. The other thing is accessibility. Dongokundu bypass is complete, so you don't have to use the ferry. So accessibility is now good. 15 minutes from Mombasa, you're in Diani. Another thing, flight is only 1 hour, 15 minutes to Diani. So let's get the video first.
The only piece of Diani, Africa's best beach destination with world-class amenities and thriving economy, now is the time to Pazurina Holiday Homes. We offer prime parcels from as low as 650,000 shillings and 3.5 million for high-end properties with ready title. Contact us on 0712-110-110 or visit our offices at Morningside along Gong Road. Pazurina Holiday Homes, opening great investment opportunities.
Okay, so basically I'm being told that my time is over, but and I have hardly spoken. So I would just like to say, why Pazurina? We have timely delivery of amenities and title deeds. Like now, my boss is in the US delivering titles, and I know there are some people who have bought with us, including our CEO, Mr. Chamwada. So it's a great investment opportunity, and since I've been told my time is over, I'll be obedient. So our desk is right there on that side. Those people who would be interested can come and see what we have. And we have properties ranging from 650 all the way to 3 million, and very close proximity to the beach. So thank you so much, and God bless you.
That is being adaptable. Thank you so much. Mr. Naftali, let's have you right now. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Naftali Mwangi from Hyso Properties. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the conclusion of this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope I'll borrow a few minutes from Pazurina. I'm sure they didn't finish. That's on a light note. Gigi, maybe you can play.
Welcome to Hyso Properties Limited, the best real estate company of the year 2022 and the pace-setter real estate company in Kenya 2023. At Hyso Properties, we are the most preferred real estate solution provider in Kenya for being a one-stop shop for all your land investment needs. From land selling to turning those plots into homes through constructions and getting you state-of-the-art apartments, all at affordable prices. Our vision is to achieve the highest possible standards of the real estate market while striving to deliver a fulfilling experience to our customers. Our business is to create relationship with our customers based on a culture of trust. We have over 50 qualified relations managers ready to serve you with professionalism, diligence, and honesty, and putting your best interests at heart by holding ourselves accountable and committing to our core values. Contact us on 0707 666 000 or visit our website www.hysoproperties.com. Hyso Properties, a culture of trust.
Thank you so much for that. My name is Naftali Mwangi, all protocols observed. I'm a former banker at Standard Chartered, if I can mention the name. And that is where I got the passion. I worked there for 9 years. That is where I got the passion for real estate. Someone said that the real estate is an open market in Kenya. It is not organized in rates. And I can assure you, that is why foreigners are coming here and making billions of money. That is why John came all the way from Britain. John? Okay. Look at how much the Somalis are making from here. The real estate sector in Kenya is not scratched a piece. It's huge. We need a lot of innovation around it. Our business is 60% in land, 20% in apartments. We have just finished 146 units on Kiambu Road, and another 20% in converting those plots into homes on a program we call Turning Plots into Homes. We have been in business for 9 years. We have partnered with NCBA. We have partnered with Chamwada. We actually did the Houston chapter of Daring Abroad. I was there. And 40% of our clients come from diaspora. So, and another 80% of diaspora remittances into Kenya comes into real estate. So real estate needs a lot of organization. That is true. But today I'm here to talk about what's Hyso Properties. Hyso is in the book of Psalms 51 verse 7. You're going to read on that. And that is where we got the name. So we have got an apartment block in Kiambu. I have my team here. Sorry, say that again, sir. I have got my team here. Tafadhali simameni. Great. We have a huge team. This is just part of it. We are headquartered at Hyso Center in Ridgeways. We have an office in Texas, in Dallas, Texas, that caters our diaspora, especially our US clientele. And today I have a deal for you. Ambia mwenzako, there's a deal. You know, real estate in Kenya follows government infrastructure. And we knew that Konza City was coming. You know, in Kenya we get to know things. And so we had invested in a very good piece of land around Konza. And you know what? In Konza, in comparison to what is around Konza, you can't compare in terms of price. So we've got something nice around Konza Technopolis, and that is what I want to talk about today. And this is what I want you to do. Please take out your phones, tafadhali. I want to give you a deal. Okay? Tafadhali. Just text interested to 21404. I'm serious. I'm serious. We're going to give you good discounts. You're going to see what we have, and someone is going to win a plot. Okay? So text the word interested. I'm a Konza, just that. Konza to 21404. Tafadhali. Ninaziangalia hapa. The first person will be awarded. Text the name Konza to 21404. Okay? Asanteni sana. I'll end by saying this. Our biggest cost of doing business in Kenya is trust. And that is what the foreigners come and hack. So thank you so much to NCBA. They have digitized trust through the EasyBuild, and we are part of that system. So you know, by dealing with ISO properties, you're dealing with a brand of integrity. God bless you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Mr. Naftali. Another round of applause for him. Now that he has quoted the Bible, let all who have heard. Okay, sawa. Next up, let's have Phoenix Aviation. We have Phoenix Aviation. Kindly help me welcome Mr. Peter Wanyutu. Round of applause for Mr. Peter Wanyutu from Phoenix Aviation.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening again. My name's Njoroge Wanyutu. Some know me by Peter. CEO Phoenix Aviation Limited. We are a 30-year-old company focusing in VIP and charter air services. So we are not a scheduled operator like Jumbo Jet, Safari Link, or Kenya Airways. So if you're planning your holiday with your family, you can charter from us to all the destinations in Kenya and around the world. We, like Chams Adventures, we work with such companies. We work with corporates. We work with government agencies. We provide aviation solutions. Our second part of the business is emergency medical services. We are the largest air ambulance operator in sub-Saharan Africa. We are the largest air ambulance operator in sub-Saharan Africa, excluding South Africa. We have a fleet of 13 aircraft, and we are able to carry out emergency medical services from the most remote areas around the world, including South Sudan, Somalia, all the hot and hostile areas, and we are able to do rescue emergency flights to whatever destination you need to go to, including local destinations. I won't take much of your time. I think Alex and the team will share the link to our video. We have quite a long video. I don't think it would be, we have enough time for that. But welcome to Phoenix Aviation. We are based at Wilson Airport, and this year we are celebrating 30 years of being in existence. So we'll be inviting you for our 30-year anniversary party. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, and we're looking forward to that celebration. Now, allow me to welcome one of our key partners from the get-go, that is Kenya Airways, being represented by Joanne Kender. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Kenya Airways.
Good evening, everyone. All protocols observed. I have a short video. I'm hoping it can play. So, Okay, so as you've noticed, we are not just showing destinations and the size of our aircrafts and passengers. We do have a new product, KQ Holidays, which we launched in July. And the beauty about this product is, just as the video has said, it's one click away. So we offer holidays to where KQ flies at the moment. We are looking to expand, of course, but we offer holidays to KQ destinations. At the moment, we are on 37 destinations. That includes Mombasa. So when you're going to Diani, you want to buy a property there, but you want to spend 2 nights, fly KQ, we take you to Diani, spend a night at a hotel, buy whatever you need to buy, then come back with KQ. We go to Kisumu, we go to Mauritius, we go to Paris, we go to New York. So not only are we showcasing Kenya, we are also showcasing Africa. So you want to travel to Cape Town, you want to travel to Johannesburg, you want a staycation at any destination that KQ flies to, you're welcome to fly with us, to travel with us, to holiday with us. My colleagues, I have Linda there, and I have 2 other lovely ladies at our stand. You're welcome to come talk to us, ask your questions, inquiries, and go to our website. Your dream holiday is just a click away. Thank you.
Your dream holiday is just a click away. I like that. Now, still in matters aviation, allow me to invite Mr. Charles Kungu from Safari Link. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Charles Kungu as he comes on.
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Well, I know we've heard so much about daring and returns and returnees. So simply, we just offer return flights. My name is Charles Kongo. I come from Safari Link Aviation. We are an airline that has been in existence for the last 20 years. We fly in and around Kenya, Tanzania, and Zanzibar to about, basically, let me give you a scenario. If you want to go to Naivasha, the quickest way to get there is only 15 minutes out of Wilson Airport. And we have an aircraft that can land there. Okay, if you want to go to Nanyuki, it's only 30 minutes. That also can take you there. So depending on where you want to go, you can fly Safari Link to any of your destinations, beach, bush, or business, and for your holidays as well, a return flight. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. Another round of applause for Safari Link. That was short and sweet. That is amazing. And now that you have said that, we want someone to test that out. So ladies and gentlemen, kindly help me appreciate none other than Henry Mburu, our online winner for the Safari Link ticket. We appreciate each and every one of you. Now, let's cross over to the other aviation giant who is in the building. So without taking any more time, we invite Mr. Evans Owor from Jambojet. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. So I'll also try and keep mine short as well. 2 things. So one is a big thank you, number 1, to Chams Media, who we partner with quite a bit on organizing this. We get a lot of people from the diaspora traveling, especially during the holiday season. And as always, we are well committed to making sure that your travel is safe, number 1, and also unrivaled in terms of the friendliness and the service. Now 2 is the business side of it, right? I've had people talking about serious business, returnees who are coming back trying to invest. We have a product for you, right? So we have Jambojet Media. Now, as you're advertising on Chams Media platforms, Jambojet is also offering you an opportunity to reach an audience 70% between 25 and 45 years old with a good spending power. Find them at a relaxed moment inside the aircraft when they don't have their phones on for approximately 40 minutes on average, right? So think about that customer journey from the website when they are booking to their tickets, having a banner there, in-flight, tray table, meal card. Reach out to me. I'm seated just there. I'll give you a deal as well. Thank you.
Evans, don't go far. Don't go far, because we're just about to announce the winner for the Zanzibar ticket. The winner for the Zanzibar ticket. And this lucky individual is none other than Finil Musimi. Round of applause for Finil Musimi. Great, let's take those pictures in, Great, great. Okay. Now, Finil, thank you so much. Evans, you can remain. Finil, just remain there. Evans, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is not planned because, fortunately, he's our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the head of marketing at Solutions Sacco, Finil Musimi. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
All protocols observed. Good evening. I feel like saying, twende sahi, lakini I'm so happy. Once again, I want to thank Chams Media for this opportunity, for us to be here at Solution Sacco. Solution Sacco is a Sacco that was started 40 years ago, and particularly was started by teachers, but we have since broken that bond. I'm happy because today, everything spoken here has been so much about diaspora. And we've had banks, commercial banks into that space, but now most recently, I do believe that we appreciate that the Sacco movement now has also contributed a lot in the economy, and we are in that space as well. In the recent partnership with Chams Media, our Sacco has been able to reach out to the diaspora customers, and I believe so far we've been able to onboard about close to 1,000 members actually due to that. We visited last year the US and other states, and due to that partnership we have seen we can also be able to impact to that particular market. The Sacco has a lot of opportunities. I will not take a lot of our time, but because we have our team here, our desk is right at the corner. I would like my team to stand up just to wave so that as we come to a close, you can be able to engage with us. We have been able to pay dividends for the last 10 years to the rate of up to 15%, and it has not gone down. To begin my coffee. We've also ventured into the real estate, and in the real estate, we have properties in Nanyuki, very, very prime, next to the Olpajeta Conservancy. So we have a property there that is very, very prime. We can give you details about that just in a while. And so due to that, I just want to end it at that. But also I want to ask if you can dial *686#, then you don't have to proceed, but you will see what it will tell you. Otherwise, asanteni. I'm also a returnee from UK, that is Ukambani. Asanteni.
Thank you so much, Finil. We appreciate you. Moving on swiftly, allow me to welcome Alice Njoki from NSSF. Round of applause for Alice Njoki from NSSF.
Our chief guest, our panelists, invited guests, our returnees, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. You know leaders speak last, and I'm glad that I'm speaking to you at the tail end of the event, because NSSF is the last door you knock. After you've been working, you have gone abroad, you have started a business, you have worked, the last place you come is NSSF. So how do we start that journey? So that journey, NSSF is actually has been around for the last 59 years. How many members of NSSF do we have in the room? Huh? Huh? Are we all members? Really? Thank you. I'm glad that I'm speaking to people who are familiar with NSSF. And now, NSSF has been around, like I said, since 1965. But over time, we realized that there was a gap, because we realized that 85% of the Kenyan workforce is in the informal sector. So we came up with a product that is suitable for people working in the informal sector and the diaspora. This is the product we are calling Haba Haba. So why is Haba Haba suitable? Haba Haba is suitable because it is very, very flexible in the mode of registration. First of all, you register. We have a link, and I would want to ask the team to just share the link to the portal. We have a portal specifically for people in the diaspora where you can register and you can make your contributions. So please share that. Now, the flexibility of this product is that you can make your payments in a very flexible manner. You can do it, the contributions on a daily basis. And for the informal sector, the minimum is 25 shillings a day. Only 25 shillings a day. You can decide to do a weekly contribution. You can do it monthly. You can do it biannually. For people in the diaspora, you make a minimum of $10 a month only. And for that, we have partnered with KCB and MasterCard, so you can be able to make your payments from the diaspora. Now, for those who have returned and are members of NSSF, and you have reached the age of 50, please come and we will pay you what is there, and thereafter, you can join the Haba Haba product. This Haba Haba is also very flexible in terms of benefit, because after consistently contributing for 5 years, you can access 50% of your benefit. That is one of the things we realized there was a gap, because people in the informal sector do not want to wait until when they are 50. They want something that can help them while they are working, and that is one of the things that we considered, and that has made our product quite popular. One of the other things about the product is that it is, give me a minute. The registration process is very simple. You just do it from your phone by dialing *303 hash, *303 hash, and you can be able to register. The other feature about the product is that you can also be able to access your statement right from your phone. You don't have to come to the NSSF office. The other thing is that NSSF money is tax exempt, both at the point of payment, at the point of contributing, and at the point of payment. Whatever you pay to NSSF at the point of payment, you're paid all your contributions plus all the accrued interest, and it is tax-free. I happen to have a statement of a relative of mine who's in the US, who's been there for the last 20 years. When he left 20 years ago, he had only made a contributions of 30,000. When I checked his statement this morning, he has earned an interest of 156,000 in the last 20 years. And when I called him, he was like, "What do you mean? I didn't even know that I have money in NSSF." So please, members, please check your statement. And if you're 50 years and above, come to NSSF. We are paying in 5 days, our benefits, in 5 days. And at the end of our strategic plan in 2027, we hope to be paying benefits in 24 hours. That is possible. So thank you so much. Our desk is there. I have my colleague there, the branch manager, Hill Branch. And sorry, I didn't tell you, I am the regional manager, Nairobi. Our office is at Bruce House. Our manager, Hill Branch, is at the desk. Hill Branch is right here next to this hotel. So please visit us. Please share the link for the diaspora. I had shared it. Please do that for the benefit of those members who are watching us online, so that they can know how to register for NSSF and how to make their contributions by the use of the MasterCard. Thank you so much. And I want to thank Chams Media, because we have partnered with them, and the NSSF Daring Abroad was aired on 8th and 9th of June, and it had a viewership of over 800,000. Thank you so much, Chams Media. We look forward to more partnerships. Thank you so much. Please share the link. Thank you.
Another round of applause for NSSF. We will assure you that the link will be shared to everyone who has tuned in on our social media platforms. Now, we have had a bit of laugh about the following speaker, but these people are very important and they make our country run. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Joachim Mwawasi, Manager, Trade Facilitation, Customs and Border Control Department, Kenya Revenue Authority. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. Mko poa? Kabisa? Thank you very. Mko poa? Mtanielezea. I'm happy kwamba mmelipa. Thank you very much. My name is Joachim Mwawasi. I'm a manager at KRA, Customs and Border Control Department, Trade Facilitation Division. And at KRA we administer tax laws. Now, two things for this event. Number one, for those who are returning to this country, you've been working outside. You have your vehicle that you've been using there for more than 12 months. You're entitled to bring it into this country as you're returning, tax-free. You've personally owned, personally used for a period of 12 months or more. Yes. Now, if that vehicle is a left-hand drive vehicle, thank you very much. Then, you still qualify because you're a Kenyan returning, but that vehicle is not allowed in this country. So what you do, yeah, you purchase another vehicle, yeah, whose value, customs value is the same as that one or lower, yeah, and you bring that in with the documentation for the other one, yeah, and you'll be able to bring your vehicle tax-free into the country. Next, you're changing residence. Ulikuwa unaishi kwa nyumba yako, mnaita Seattle. Yes. Ulikuwa na nyumba yako hapo, kuna 4 bedroom maisonette, iko na kila kitu hapo ndani, unataka kuleta vitu vyako hapa Kenya. As you are changing residence and you have proof that you are changing residence, bring your things, your personal effects, your couches, your televisions, everything. Yeah? Declare them as your personal effects. They come into this country tax-free. That is for importation for returnees. Now, today's forum is about investment. You're investing in this country. My friend here is investing in Naivasha. Bwana Dominic, Professor Dominic, great work. If you are investing in production of goods for export, please don't just export to the country that you're sending your goods to. There are opportunities in the East African community. We have preferential trade areas. East African community, we have COMESA. We have the African Continental Free Trade Area. We have opportunities in AGOA, the US. We have opportunities in the UK and in the EU, where we have economic partnership agreements, where you're able to send your goods there at preferential rates. How do you access them? Talk to KRA. We'll issue you with a certificate of origin, which will enable you. If it is East African community, your goods will go there. You will sell without paying import duty in the East African community and COMESA. If it is the EU and the others, you'll enjoy those preferential rates that they've given us. Thank you very much. I want to thank Alex Chamoda and Chams Media for a great work. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Habari ndo hiyo, si ndio? And with that, we have reached the end for the presentation of the exhibitors. A round of applause for every exhibitor who has been able to share those amazing insights. Now, finally, a bit of housekeeping. Will the following individuals meet me nyuma ya tent? That is Elijah Kamau. Elijah Kamau, are you here? Elijah Kamau. Yes. You'll come this way. And also, Laban Tanui. Kutana na mimi hapa nyuma ya tent. Those are the NCBA winners for the prize competition that they were taking part in. Round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. And now with that, allow me to take the program back to Mr. Chamwada. Thank you.
What a day. Na speed, mmeona. Mpam, pam, pa. Ebu tuseme pam, pam, pa. Tena, pam, pam, pa. Tena, pam, pam, pa. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Hakuna kile kilicho na mwanzo, akikosi kuwa na mwisho. We've loved the session. Unfortunately, as I said, I think we could have given it 2 days, but it's a good beginning because this is the first of its kind, and we've learned lessons how to make it better. We've agreed with our partners that this is now an annual event. Ama namna gani? Yeah, so we'll do it again next year. We'll plan with you. Unfortunately, we have to leave because there's another function coming here. And I've expressed myself, my brand, where I'm a brand ambassador, thank you, KQ, and so on. I would mention everybody, but allow me to mention Pazurina Holiday Homes, who've been really journeying with us. If you watch their supporting content creation on our YouTube, we have a series called Eye on Cost. So it's sponsored by Pazurina Holiday Homes. You watched their videos. They have property for holiday in Diani, and I'm their brand ambassador. So I'm proud to be part of that journey of Pazurina Holiday Homes, and thank you for sponsoring Eye on Cost. So we educate people on opportunities in cost through partnership with Pazurina Holiday Homes. Our chief guest has allowed me to wind up, and she's taken notes. And as I said, Madam Rosaline Njogu has been following every bit and even promoting this event. I think she's airborne now. She had tried to catch up an earlier flight, but she couldn't manage. But as you saw, we had a big team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Tuwapigie makofi. Thank you so much to all our presenters. Thank you so much to all our partners and the panelists, and to the entire Chams Media Group and all those who are involved. Thank you so much, NCBA, as being our anchor partner in this event. We could talk and talk and talk, and those online, amazing. If you look at the deck there, everybody from every corner of the world are listening. So for sponsors, you've spoken to a huge online audience, and let's keep partnering on that note. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this event. Clap for yourself as you continue. And there is tea. So while we are leaving this room, and let's leave pretty quick because there's another event, forgive me. There is tea pale, tulikunywa chai asubuhi. Network more. Hakuna mtu atakufukuza sasa. Tuta network hapo. Pazurina Solution, NSSF, you have more opportunity to network. And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Bye-bye. Mungu abariki. Asante. Yeah.
All those winners, all winners, kindly meet me at the front. All winners.
Kisha